egg, egg, egg. 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 egg, egg,
Ah.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome. Hi, everyone. How are we doing? Hello. Hi. Wow. Gosh. Got. Ah! Where am I sad? Ah! That was weird. Ah! Anyway. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing good. Good evening. For me, it's evening. Maybe for you, it's not. Maybe for you, it's the dead of night. Maybe for you, it's 5 a.m., in which case, go to fuck to bed. Unless you, like, woke up. Okay, if you... Well, you know, if you haven't gone to bed yet and it's 5 a.m., go to fuck to bed. If it's 4 a.m., go to fuck to bed. If it's 3 a.m., go to fuck to bed. If it's 2 a.m., it's like, okay, well, you know, start... It's me, Dusty. No, this is Dusty. It's me, Queen, the Fennec. Hi. Hello, everyone. It's me today because we're playing a furry game, so it's me. Anyway, I hope you're all doing good. I hope you've had a nice few days since I last saw y'all, which was... I mean, it was yesterday if you were in the Discord watching the Animal Crossing movie with us. You can call me Fennec Queen, that's fine. Not technically my name, but whatever. Go to fuck to bed. Stream's over. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. Anyway, there's an Animal Crossing movie? Yes, there is. It's an animated movie that was only released in Japan. And it is one of my all-time favorite movies. It is so goddamn delightful. It is such a comfort film for me. And it is a yearly tradition starting this year that we watch it every year in the Discord, the community Discord. So we've watched it twice now. Last year I did it for the first time. This year I decided it's gonna be a tradition. Or maybe I decided that after we watched it the first time. Well, anyway, we watch it every year and it's wonderful. I feel like it's been 358 over 1/2 days since you last streamed. That's actually a little bit of a while ago now, isn't it? That we beat days. When am I gonna start the next one? I mean, I guess it's gonna be next year, because I don't think I'm gonna have the time for it anymore this year. With next week having Christmas and New Year's and stuff in it, so I'm gonna be a little bit busier, you know? In the Netherlands also, Christmas is 2 days. We celebrated twice, and that's not like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. That's Christmas Eve, sure, and then Christmas Day, and then Christmas Day 2, the sequel. We get double Christmas, that's right. With the idea usually being that you spend 1 day with your extended family and 1 day with only your closest family or like friends or something. The idea is basically, you know, like we all have like a bunch of people that we'd like to spend Christmas with, but that's hard because you're not gonna bring all of your friends to all of your family, you know, like, hey man, who wants to go? Hey, my friends that I play Fortnite with, who wants to go hang out with my racist uncle? You know? I mean, none of my uncles are racist, luckily, but, you know. So the idea is, like, you can spend 1 day with these people and the other day with the other people. And in my case, it's usually extended family and close family. But yeah, so I'm gonna be busy next week, so I'm not gonna be able to stream as much, probably. Which is why I wanted to play this game also, because we can knock this out in one stream, assuming I don't just talk the whole time. So that we can have this done, and then next week maybe I read the book that I've been meaning to read. I know at least one thing I'm gonna do next week, which I won't tell y'all about just yet. But no Kingdom Hearts yet, I'm afraid. Sorry. I will bear the burden of being your hypothetical racist uncle. Thank you so much for keeping my racist uncle occupied while I can talk about Warhammer with my cousin who likes Warhammer. It's pretty normal in the US too, but not in any sort of formally recognized or acknowledgeable way. Acknowledged way. Yeah, here it is officially acknowledged, which is nice. We just got Boxing Day in the States. I have heard that name, but I never really know what it is. Boxing Day involves a lot of less boxing than one would expect. Why is it called that then? Is it called that because it's like the concept is that that is when you box up all the decorations that you had around Christmas. We all know that's not a thing that happens. You don't put your decorations away until after New Year's. Come on. The Christmas tree is still there during New Year's and stuff. That's how it goes. Anyway, do I have anything else important to talk about right now? No. I don't think I do. Yeah. Nope, not much of interest to talk about right now, so I think we can just get to the eggs and stuff and then the game. But I will read what you guys are saying, but once we're done talking about whatever the fuck you guys are talking about, I don't have anything else to add. Recovery for eating 24 pigs in blankets and drinking 24 beers. Well, that doesn't sound like a different day where you hang out with loved ones. Because then you're just gonna eat 24 more pigs with blankets and drink 24 more beers.
Car battery!
Oh! Ow. Ow. The way I always interpreted it was that it's the day for unboxing all the neat shit you got the day before. Well, don't you oh, like you get the gifts, but you don't use the gifts yet? Okay, I get... Yeah, but then it will be... Oh, you...
Merry almost Christmas. I got you 10,000 car batteries.
Wow, thank you so much. That's so good of you, Melzanov. Thank you. I'm not scared or about to be hurt and put in the hospital at all. I'm gonna be fine. But thank you. But wouldn't it be called unboxing day? Because like boxing is when you box something, when you put it in a box, you don't unbox it, right? Looks like Boxing Day is about re-gifting the stuff you don't want to poor people. Well, that's good at least. That's a good thing. I think Boxing Day is a holiday where you put all your Christmas presents in a box and ship them to someone who wants them. Yeah, apparently it is. Incomprehensible. I'm using my gifts immediately. Yeah, okay, like, if someone gifts me a gift, right? I don't really intend for my reaction to be like, oh, cool, thanks. I'm just setting this aside and not thinking about it. You know, I'm gonna be like, oh, awesome. I'm unboxing this right now and looking at it now, right? I'm trying this out right now. You gave me like an action figure, I'm gonna play with it right now. You bought me a Lego? Okay, well if it's Lego then it takes a while. Depends on the Lego, I guess. Depends on the situation. Lego I might actually keep boxed. It's like an anime figure, I'm gonna unbox it and put it on my shelf. If it's clothes, I wanna try it on. You know? I'm not gonna keep that shit boxed, I'm gonna use it. I think it should be about boxing your loved ones, the airing of grievances. Yeah, you know, fight them. That's every day if you're fun, though. Queen is a cartoon animal, they're invincible. That's true, I can only die in cutscenes. Like, even, you know, well, I don't die. I never die anyway. But I do have, like, cartoon physics applied just a little bit, you know? Christmas is sometimes called Unboxing Day. Sure. Malaya, Mambalina, Caipirinha. Well, yeah, Mambalaya, Mambalina.
Woo, yeah.
Good. Now let's do eggs. So, if you have but one little eggie, you can already spend, or one little point, you can already spend it on an egg that we'll put on the egg stacks, and together we will build cover a bunch of the screen with eggs, and that's a good thing.
Egg.
I watched you die to a Shadow Man earlier today. That wasn't me. That was a character I'm playing in a video game. Come on, stick with it. That wasn't me at all, actually. That was Yippee Queen doing that. I'm Queen to Fennec. I love the music, but we have to pause it. Because it's time for eggs. And here we go! Are you all so excited for the eggs? The first one is from Vex Vidal. The second comes to us from Dynalove. The third is from Kira Cat. And I'm going to start counting them, stop counting them, starting with Zero Elec. A Green Clunk. Mike loves a rabbit. Etram Toa. Tess Layden. Mecha VT. Pyranoid F. Why the F anyway? I never asked. Ellet Pink. Mildly Cloudy. Muzzle Flash. Esteemed Jester. And Yoamaru, I think. Wow. Thank you all so much for the starting eggs. There we go. Because Pyranoid and Pyranoid were taken and F is my surname initial. Ah, I see, fun. It was actually the wage slave that Yippee was physically controlling, a power which she has. Yeah, unlike everybody else who was on that stream who was actually just there physically. But yeah, we're referring to earlier when I was on Dynalobe's new model debut stream. Dynalobe, you get a shout out in chat, by the way. Also, Mel's enough, thank you very much for the egg. There we go, finishing the first egg stack, very nice. Jody debuted her new model today. It is very nice. And I was on there for a little bit playing some Lethal Company, which was very funny and good. So you should totally go follow Jody if you haven't yet. Now we can go play the game. We've already established that Yippee Queen has unimaginable power and the ability to control minds. I wouldn't say that. I feel like we've at least established that Yippee Queen has a certain aura to her, a certain threatening aura to her, which is inexplicable. My connection is disabled tonight, so think about that. Aw, that's a shame. Sorry for your connection. I hope it fixes itself soon. But thank you, Mel's enough for coming anyway. Good luck. Game music. Can you guys see the game yet? There we go. Wow. Alright. I already played through the tutorial just to see if it works. Game music! Hell yeah, dude! I love Growler Mad. Let me turn down the volume a little bit. It's already kind of low. Did I do that? I don't think I did that. I might have done that. What's to say? We'll put it at 40 for now. So this is Lunistice. I actually don't... Ooh! Head for Derek. What kind of head would you like? I actually don't know too much about the game, if I'm gonna be honest. I just saw it and I was like, oh, this looks fucking delightful, and it was kind of cheap, so I bought it. And also I saw the length and I was like, oh, that'll make for a really good like one stream, you know. Hi Noodle, how are you doing? Good to see you. And any kind I want. Well, let's see. I'll do this warm Kirby head that's drawn by Mistral, my friend Moonlight Mistral, so that Derek can be nice and warm in the winter months. Just vibing, nice. The developer is streaming right now. They're a very cool dog. Yo, nice. Let me know if they're still streaming by the end of by the end of my stream, and then we can rate them. I know nothing. I added it to my wish list because I noticed you bought it and was like, oh, it looks cute. Yeah. Yeah, but it just looks like a really, really delightful, nice, tight little 3D platformer, and I want to play it. And obviously the visual style appeals to me a lot, as I'm sure you can tell. Alright, so we'll go through the tutorial real quick. Whee! The little walkie noises are so cute. So we're picking up little paper cranes. Oh. You can walk slower. You can attack. I don't know if there is a benefit to killing all enemies. Also, it's a little bit covered up by the eggs, which is a shame, but the pixel art of the main character in the top left is very cute. Oops, I was trying to reach chat. This game is 12 out of 10 because jump is automatically also bound to one of the shoulder buttons. I know, I love that stuff, it's very nice. I tend not to be able to work it into my system that I do that a lot of the time, but I do like it when it's a feature, it's very good. She's Naruto running, she's having fun. Her turning circle feels suspiciously wide. It does feel wide, but I feel like that's gonna, it's just gonna have a nice synergy with the level design. But we'll find out. I think it's fun to control though. It's nice. So Sweden's pretty cool, but unfortunately it's a country that Twitch's algorithm recognizes now, so I'm no longer immune to ad breaks. No! I'm so sorry. That sucks. But here we go. I genuinely love this game. Nice.
September 2nd,
oh, there's fucking voice acting.
Almost a full
in the far
year of
future.
Simulations with no tangible results. I'm continuing to do
Finaloper zit het at in sub to fusbol daven. They have given 18 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you very much for the gift sub. Thank you.
Responsible for this whole situation after all. At least my quarantine threat seems to be holding up. It seems like preparations for the next sample loop are complete. Our next case is a scout, Hana, who's been showing signs of minimal control over the program. I'm, well, not getting my hopes up anymore, but... Anyway, commencing sample loop in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we're in a simulation or some sort of a digital entity, you could say? Where have I heard that before? It's me. Oh no! Oh, what a nice respawn animation. That was very pretty. I like this music. It's true, I'll just respawn, bitch. Also, I'm being bad at the video game because I'm trying to read chat also. Oh, okay. Alright, hold on. Let me also... Okay. I gotta learn to use the shoulder button so that I can use the control stick to rotate the camera at the same time. Oop, that's the other way. Look at them rolling! Oh, that's probably not a checkpoint. Ooh! Fun, weird sideways thing. Can I destroy that? I can. And do nothing with it. But I can do it, so I want to do it. Hello? H. Oh, I see. You guys can't see this, but underneath the X stack there are 4 slots. The top one of which has been filled in with the H. So I'm assuming that we can collect all the letters to form Hana's name, which is cute. That's whoops. I like this music a lot. Okay, that's an A. Okay, hold on a second. Let me invert the horizontal camera. There we go. That'll feel a little bit more natural. It's actually the other way around now. Like, if I push to the right, the camera moves to the left. But I guess that feels more natural for some reason. And inverted horizontal camera. I don't know. I guess. Definitely not vertical. I hate inverted vertical cameras, but for right now I find myself I find the inverted horizontal camera more natural, which is odd because I wouldn't have thought that. I don't know. Wait, no, I want to keep going. Dang it. There was a whole thing at the end there. Did you see that? There was a whole line of platforms. I hope we can pick out levels because I wanna go back and see what that is. It's because it's pivoting around a single point. The human brain understands better that pushing something from the left makes it go right. I guess, maybe. I've been on-off playing Sly Cooper on one on the PS2 for like 6 months, and part of the difficulty is the camera being inverted. I wish I had footsteps like Hana. Plop, 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 plop. They're very, very cute. Okay, no level select just yet. Yeah, it does feel like it's that my brain like wants to push the camera rather than just control the camera, if that makes any sense. Oh. Can I save it? No. It is kind of like Jody says. It's like I am imagining that I am pushing the camera around her instead of just controlling it directly. Those umbrellas are so fucking cute. I can't believe I have to kill them. What an evil, vile video game to make me do such things. Oh, I hurt the egg, and I'll do it now because I just died. Transgull Trish, thank you very much for starting the second egg stack. Also very nice that it doesn't have a life system, it instead just has... It just counts your deaths up, which is nice. Different Transgull. Oh, just some Sorry, there's also Transgull Trish in the community sometimes. Just some Transgull, sorry then. Thank you very much for the egg. My bad. Whew. Okay, I saved it. There's something down here. something down here. Is it a ladder? This is very satisfying to play. I don't know if it looks... Oh! It has happened with Trish several times. Good, I'm glad I'm not the only person to do it then. But also apologies. Ooh. Why are you asking me to move slow here? Up. Dang it. How did I just destroy that crystal? Dang it! That video game hard. I don't even want that. There we go. There we go. Dang it. No. Yes. Oh! Hello, Reed. Hi. You were on the stream I was on earlier. Hi. Thanks so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Hello to you and all your viewers. Hello, everyone. I am currently Queen to Fennec, or Fennec Queen, and always Zoe. I am an artist and variety streamer. I make most of my own, basically all my own, well, no, most of my own assets. And we are currently playing a delightful little retro 3D platformer called Lunistice that I am enjoying because it's got nice vibes and is fun to control. What were you doing on your stream? I hope it was good. Oops. We need to get... Oh, no. We got a checkpoint just before that though, so it's fine. Oh, the crystal stays destroyed. That's interesting. Ooh, the camera turns automatically. That's okay. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yay! We just got infinite checkpoints. Hold on, wait, gotta get all of them. Ow. This game is just so cute. Okay, this time I want to see... Okay, I don't see another platforming stuff behind that. That's just like that one tower from Rayman 2. It is just like that one tower from Rayman 2. Or that one tower from Guild Wars 2. Also a 2. Or that one tower from Lego Island 2. Also a 2. There's something to that. I just know it. Oh, okay, now we can select stuff. Alright, so I assume this is all the stages. So that's... So it's 2 for each. So it's 1... Okay, so it's 2 fuller... 6, 7, wait, hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 stages. There's something to that, yeah! I didn't even mean it on purpose. Or the one from Mickey Mania 1? No. No, I'm sorry, it's not like that one. It is, however, like that one tower from, what's it called? Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2, which is also a 2. So this must be Lunistice 2. It must be foreshadowing Lunistice 2, which I think actually might have got announced. I don't remember. Anyway, I want to go back to the first stage and see what the deal was with those platforms at the end. Oops. The speedrunning tech for this game must be crazy. Maybe not so much attack, but just the little skips. I wonder what the little orb that's flying next to Hana is. Oh wait, was that? I was doing a bonus thing. Oops. This game's graphics are playing rough on the bitrate. Are they? I can imagine. Anyone else? Anyone else having a hard time looking at the game? Because I can turn off the retro filter, the low res filter, which is a shame because I like it, but you know, I will do this for y'all's sake. When did this game come out again? 2022. 2022, really? I kind of thought it was this year, but I guess it's just because I only learned about it this year. Okay, ow, whoops. A little bad, but not unwashable. A bit, yeah. I'll change it. Whoa. The game was starting. The visuals like starting to get even weirder. Which one was it? High res mod. That's it. Hopefully, let me know if the game is a little bit. 2022 was this year? No. No, it was not. But let me know if the game is a bit easier to look at now. That's better. Fix the issue. Good, good, good. Ooh, ooh. This is gonna fuck with the bit rate again, though, I assume. But we'll just have to deal with it. All right, we got a key. Do they all have keys? Or is like only one per act? Guess we'll find out. We have to speedrun this game. If it's as fun as it looks, it'll be in my top 3 games to maybe run. I also feel like it'll be fairly simple to run because it's so short. Like when I looked it up, a regular playthrough just takes 2 hours. So I assume a speedrun is like 30 minutes at most, right? Look it up, I guess. Ooh. Cute. Oh, that's not where I thought we would go. I'm jumping in this one. Oh, that just goes backwards. Okay. Didn't think that a game like this would have backtracking, but here we are. I love those umbrellas. They look so cute. I do like it. I do think it's fun. The jumping's like nice and responsive and stuff. But sometimes the low turning radius does throw me off. I will say. Maybe I just have to get used to it, but there's something a little off about it. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, damn it, we missed the H. Oh, well. I think the first few levels don't capitalize on the movement system. Oh, did the dev only like really get the hang of it later on in the game, perhaps? Also, I didn't realize that I could stand on the trees. It's on me. Hold on, I want to go over there. Those bounces feel good, those are fun. Overall, the levels do just have like a very good flow to them, I think. Also, the character now is called Anna. Sorry, we didn't have the H, so that's her name now. Oh, how the hell do I get all the way over there? Huh. No idea. That probably leads to another one of those keys if I had to guess, but... No. Yeah, we might have to fall from above somehow. Oh, shit, enemies. Didn't even realize. No idea how we would. Ah well. Maybe some other time we can come back and get it. I also like the sort of like Sonic Colors-esque start of the level with the camera angle like that. I feel like that's Sonic Colors. Like at least the very first level in Sonic Colors I think starts like that. Why are only the umbrellas inspired by Japanese mythology? At least as far as I can tell. But maybe I just don't know enough. Are you winning? A little. We're having fun, and that's the most important fuck. That's the most important win of all, I think. Fuck. Well, damn it. This level reminds me a lot of Here Comes Nico aesthetic. A little bit, yeah. We're having fun, and that's the most important fuck. It's more like... Yeah, fucking's supposed to be good, but have you tried having fun? Oh, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Hello? Oh. Okay. Thought it was Super Mario mod for a bit. It's not. It's a completely original indie game you can purchase for money and support the indie dev that makes it. Wouldn't that be neat? It would be nice if more games had the Froggun 2 Drop Shadow. That's in there. The Drop Shadow isn't Froggun because I suggested it to the dev. Ooh, it's me. I don't think it was entirely because of me. He was already looking into accessibility options, and we just like talked about it, and that was one of the things I suggested. I'm sure he would have done that either way. Oh, whoops. Sex is good, but have you played Lunistice? As an asexual person, this is 100% better than sex. There's no way it's not. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna make the jump, but whatever. Fucking is nice and all, but I'm lying. Fucking is supposed to be nice, but that shit's gross. You should suggest it to more devs. I should. But I'm not friends with all those devs. So it's harder to do so, but I could. Fuck sex, rock music. That's my life. Put your pants back on it. You ever play Lunistice? Fuck. Okay, hold on a second. Let me bunker down. Hunker down. Focus. Let me focus. Fuck that bubble. Don't care. There we go. I like how you kind of magnetize to the platforms when they're sideways. It's nice. Whoa! Cool. Ow. This way? You always gotta take the harder route, because that's where the secrets are. Ah. Okay, this level we're just laughing a little bit, because all we have is ha! Da, 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 da. Oh, we're so far back. Well, it's not that far back, actually. I'm assuming, yeah, we already have the collectible. That's saved. Very good. Kills you. Any Schmidt crits back here? Oh, it kind of looks like it though, don't it? In fact, it looks like the same Schmidt crit as the previous level, but now with some thingies there. I wonder if we can reach those. We're doing it! We're not. But now it looks even more like you're actually supposed to reach it than before. Is there something I don't know about building up speed in this game? Can you do long jumps somehow?
Car battery! Ow!
Can you Donkey Kong Country Celeste it? You mean Coyote Time? There is Coyote Time. But is it... Hold on a second. Is it a double jump still? Or is that just... Like, can we still do 2 jumps at that point? No, that is just our second jump. Just I was? Oh, I was. Was I? Did I just not register? Did I react to that and already forgot? Or was I too focused on the game to even respond to it? What happened? You reacted. Okay, I instantly forgot. Good. I'm so silly like that. Okay, let me try this. Yeah, no, okay, that's not happening. It's so funny to picture someone being so focused on the game that they can't feel pain. Oh, I have a story from when I was little. It's pretty stupid, but I was like 7 or some shit. I was at a McDonald's, and they had like a PlayStation or something set up. Also, I don't know how to go over there. They had a PlayStation set up there with one of the Ratchet and Clank games. I want to say it was 2. Because it was in a city environment. I remember having a city environment. Does one have a city environment? I don't remember. Anyway, that was there, and I started playing it, and I completely just zoned out playing it. And eventually, I had to go. So I started walking away, and I noticed that I had shed myself. I was just so focused I hadn't realized it all. This music's good too. Hi, Ellie! Did you just got here? Did you just walk in on that? I'm sorry! I'm so sorry! Ow. There's gotta be secrets back here. It's when I was like 7. If that makes it any less weird of a thing to walk in on. We're gonna. Ooh, whoa! Whoa! Like, this is cool. And I really like this music. Anyway, hi Ellie, how are you doing? I did in fact miss the part where you were 7. Yeah, that's an important aspect of the story, I think. Oh no! Also, thank you very much for giving Ellie a shout out. Ellie is a wonderful, very nice and funny, charismatic person who makes fantastic YouTubes and fantastic music mashups. And nice. Did I say nice yet? Ellie is nice. To be fair, I think we all shitted when we played Ratchet and Clank. We are all united as a people. In ooh. This is so fucking fun, chat. Chat, just so you know, this is really fun. I'm having a lot of fun right now playing this game. Whee! Ow. Yeah, this game is good. It's not shit yourself at a McDonald's good, but we can't all be Ratchet and Clank. What a fucking endorsement! Ooh. Woo! Damn, this is just like Rayman 3. Oh no, I'm not in the one with all the cranes, dang it. Woo! Everybody's always making better Sonic games than Sega. Every single day. Oh. Oops. To be fair, I think it's normal for a 7-year-old to shit themselves without Ratchet and Clank involved. No, yeah. But like without realizing though? Anyway. We don't have to keep talking about Ratchet and Clank shitting. I think you fell. I might have. Whee! Congratulations, so you know I have something in common with a former Prime Minister of Australia. Shitting myself while playing Ratchet and Clank? I mean, you mean drowning in the ocean, I assume. Whee! This is exactly what I would want from a level-based 3D Sonic game. Yeah, this is really fucking fun. Shitting himself. I got it! Okay. Oh, this one has a third act. That's interesting. Or not. No, it doesn't. This is the second one. I'm so silly. This game is just like Lunistice, this 3D platformer game developed by a Grumpy Fox and published by Deck 13 in 2022. Wow, Ellie, that is such an astute observation. What else could you perhaps compare it to? Could it be Lunistice, the 3D platforming video game developed by a Grumpy Fox and published by Deck 13 in 2022? Because it's my favorite! A spaghetti. It is like a spaghetti. Which is that I like it. Woo! No! I think the hitbox is on. You get me. Yeah. We get each other. The hitboxes on rounded platforms like these ones and the whatchamacallums beach balls earlier, those could be a little more generous, I think. Oh, well, that was my fault. Oh, moet ik nou lekker Nederlands gaan praten? Oké. Nou, waar zal ik het eens even over hebben, hoor? Nou, wisten jullie dat de kerstman is eigenlijk gebaseerd op de Sinterklaas die wij hier hebben. Maar de kerstman is eigenlijk beter, want hij is minder religieus. And he's nice plus size representation, you know, and we don't have that here, so that's good. God damn it! Not doing the. Oh, there was a voice with him. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the other with him. I didn't see it. So fucking Christ! Shit! I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. I was too in the zone of the video game. Ow. So my own emotes trigger the throw object thingy? Yeah, they do, yeah. Fucking shit! Ow! Sorry, Daya, you just must miss me there. Okay, come on, focus up, girl. Sorry my art hurts you. No, it's for funsies, it's okay. Also, you guys' stuff doesn't actually hurt me. Only things that cost channel points do damage. Other things just bounce off of me ineffectually. But in you guys' case, they bounce off of me affectionately. Get it? There we go. Oops. Ooh, I'm dying. That's not good. Ow. I say ow sometimes anyway, out of a force of habit. Ooh. Wow! New checkpoint, very good. Oh, they also give you 1 health. That's nice. Ah, okay, I feel like you could make that jump. Not even emotional damage? No. Not even emotional damage. What if we called you small? That's different. That's emotional damage. Whoa. You can see more than just my ears. You can see my eyes. Come on. You're just making shit up. I was supposed to go in that thing. This is a shortcut for speedrunning? Probably, yeah. Might also lead to a collectible, I assume. Of which we've gotten none so far at this stage, which is a bit of a shame. But that's okay. Ooh! Oh no! Wow, okay, this is the first collectible of the stage. What? I feel like this stage has been going on since forever, but maybe I just got stuck on it for a long time. Whee! Oh, look, okay, yeah, that's where it would have come out if we had made that jump. This is because the other one, this is just a loop. Ow, fuck you. Whoa, big. Big but weak. Ow. I saw a big boosty thing in the sky there. Don't know how to get that. Nice. God, this game has such energy to it. Again, very much what I would want out of a Sonic game. Oh, we're on top of the thing that we were on earlier! I think. Yeah, probably, I think. Oh! Nice. Oh. Whee! Whoa! Whoa! Oops. Any secrets? Oh, you know there's a fucking secret. Ah. We only got two of them. We only got ha! Okay. Candyland, Candyland, dessert land is... Yeah, probably cake? Comfort. Oh, it's called Comfort. Oh, like comfort food maybe? That's cute. Food comfort, yeah, so it's comfort food. That's cute. Ah, oh! It's a musical stage. Which is good, because it's gonna be really good music. This rules. I'm fucking vibing. This is awesome. Collectible. I didn't even know I was going for a collectible. Oops. Jelly! Using the jelly as a bounce pad is cute too. This is fun! I like this game! Hello? What are we doing here? Ah! I just got an achievement called Bonk. The description of it is Bonk. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I died. That's the first time we died to damage. Hold on, let me catch up on the chat real quick. This game rules. This game does rule. I love how lively the stage is with all the decorations bouncing around and platforms shaking slightly when they reappear. It's really good. They really like nailed the visual energy to go along with the music here. Plus, having lots of visual elements that move to the music but aren't necessarily like that are just decorations also help you, the player, be more in tune with the rhythm. Because you can just look at the decorations. It was too short though. I wanted more. I hope the second level of this world also does it. It does. Good. That's stupid. Should have seen that coming. I definitely want to get the soundtrack for this game. It's very nice. Oh no! Ah, but I didn't die here, so that's okay. I just noticed a visual guide to the bottom of the screen. Yeah, that's there too, which is also a nice detail. I have not really been looking at it though, because I am focusing on the jumps and stuff. Why is there? Why do I feel like that's not how you were supposed to? Oh, you're warned. That's not how you were supposed to do that jump. Okay. Oh no! If I could pitch one improvement to the level, it'd be letting you control the tempo so you can try to be a proper speed freak. Oh, like the faster you go, the... Or like you just have like an option, you mean like in the options menu or something? I do think it'd be funny if the tempo like is according to your speed that you're going at. It'd become a very different level if you did that. Ow. Well, much... Oh. Fuck! Much faster there all of a sudden. Fuck! Oh. There we go. Nope. Damn, okay, this part is hard. Maybe I can just, hold on a second, maybe I can I make that? No. But I can do that. Fuck! Okay, alright, okay. Ooh. Oh my gosh! Hi Vixie and all your viewers! I wish these dudes would stop scurrying at me in hell. What did you play? What did you do? But hi! Cadence Argent, thank you very much for following. Hi Vixie and all your viewers. Hi. I hope you had a very good time. Thank you so much for rating. Hello everyone, I am Queen the Fennec currently, but always Zoe. I am an artist and a variety streamer. Yippee! I'm not a pizza girl. I think pizza is fine. I don't like it enough for it to be a pizza girl. You were playing Ultra Kill, the new one, I assume? New layer? I've been hearing that it's very good, but more challenging than anything before, which means I probably won't be able to get through with just using the shotgun and revolver. Damn. But I hope you had a really good time. We are playing Lunistice, which is a very delightful retro platformer with some Sonic inspiration and stuff, and really good music, as you're about to hear the moment I unpause the video game, which is now. Fuck. Whatever. You got spooked a lot. Oh, it's scary. No, come on. This part is really hard, Chad. The timing is so fast. I'm bad at it. Dang it. If you aren't a pizza girl, why do you keep scurrying at me in hell? You must have me confused with someone else. I would never do that. Okay, hold on. There we go. Just have to take my time with it. No, I think there was a thing down here? Nope. I saw a bubble. I definitely saw a bubble. There it is. Okay. So I just have to do this. Oh god. Okay. Nope, that's bad. They definitely said, I'm Zoe Gunn, looking watch me play Lunistice on twitch.tv. You know that people can like lie, right? Impersonate people? It's pretty common on the internet. Oh, well. I hope I collect no further cranes. I think it'd be very cool if I didn't. I think that'd be nice. You think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? No. But they would go to hell and do it. Dang it. Shut up, Daya. Don't start that shit again, please, no. This game is $4 US and still down from $5 US. Yeah, that's an instant buy. I recommend everybody buy this game. It's super delightful, and we love to support indie devs. Even if I'm doing bad right now. But I am trying to do a specifically harder portion of the game that is not required, so. Who would like to hell specifically? Our friend AO Hell? Bad people? Clearly? Oh, well. Okay, I just missed that jump. AL is fun to lie to? That's evil things to say. AL is my dear friend, and she's nice and delightful, and she deserves a shout out in chat. And I would never lie to her. Or anyone, in fact. But especially not her. Okay, let's see. There we go. There's the first. Ah! Thanks for shit. And a fucked up and episode. Dang it. This is also very fun. What's happening? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. No, no. Dang it. Okay, come on. There we go. I'm good at this. What's over there? Oh, it's hold on, what's this? I'm assuming, ow, that this is the side content right here. Oops, saw that coming. Dun 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 dun. Yep. That's deserved, I should have waited. Yep. Yay! Okay, so now we have the N. Can we get the second A before the end of the level? Place your bets. My bet is nope. I'm guessing I'm gonna miss it entirely. Up. Dun. I'll just go by the side a little bit. Oh no, never mind. I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm so good at making progress and not getting stuck on one platforming challenge the entire time. And I definitely should have waited at the jelly. The jelly... Hold on a second. That jelly reminds me of something. I feel like it's from Croc. Does anyone in chat, when they look at that jelly, and they know Croc and maybe Croc 2, think of something? I feel like there's something from those games that doesn't look dissimilar. I feel like it was... I feel like it was Croc 1. We had like the cave sections. There was jelly there as well. That you could jump on. Hold on. Nobody knows Croc. Thanks. Okay, that's great. I'm so glad I'm all alone in this. I'm the only person in the universe who has enjoyed Croc and Croc 2 when she was little. I only know gobbles and those are no gobbles. It's true, they are not the gobbles of which there is a legend. Let's see. Oh god, there's someone's talking. I'll just mute it. Blah. I really feel like there's Jello in this game that you jump on. I really do. Maybe it's in the second game? I'm not seeing it here. Well, I think I'm right anyway. I think there's Jello and Croc that you jump on. I've only played like Croc like once, so I don't remember Jelly in there. I just know the Golden Bowls video about how Croc is secretly one of the most important games of all time on account of behind the scenes stuff. Really? I'm curious. Unless it's a joke. I also don't think, I imagine it's not, but I'm curious to think why someone would think that. Okay, good. Oops. Just Strive Hayes video about Croc. Second worst Yoshi game. How dare you? It's there's probably a worse Yoshi game out there. A second one, I mean. No, but I played Croc when I was little. I played a lot of 3D platformers when I was a kid. That's why I like them so much, because I was very much into Sonic and Rayman and Croc and probably other things that I'm forgetting right now. Zapper. Not sure if it counts, but I'm counting it. Croc one wicked Crockett. I just looked up Croc on Wikipedia, and apparently the company that made it also made 2 of the Bionicle games? What? Which ones? That's awesome! Oh, I've seen screenshots of this level. It looks really fucking cool. It's called Melancholy, how nice. We've got Comfort and Melancholy. Are they all like emotions and such? Should have paid more attention to that. Can't believe Zoe Gunley Queen played Dave the Diver as a kid. I didn't even play that game as an adult. I hear it's very good, but I was just like, oh, that looks neat with a male protagonist. Bye. You may call me shallow, but I call me a trans girl that likes to have gender affirming experiences and also is a lesbian. So I only want to play games where you play as a girl, if I can help it. Music here is nice too. What a surprise. You played Croc, curious. I wasn't aware yet. Ooh, just like in Sonic Heroes. You hit the mushrooms and it causes the things to happen. I think that's sort of what happened in Sonic Heroes. Well, not just things, also it causes vines to grow to slide on, which is like Sonic Heroes. I totally could have jumped onto a air boost thingy there. Oh, look at the little paw pads on the mushrooms. That's super cute. Oh shit. Sonic is a trans girl. Source, she has the same name as me in one comic. To me, Sonic is a trans boy, actually. But Sonic works for any kind of queer headcanon. Truly, he is the perfect trans or queer rap. These sequences where you like don't control for a bit and just watch Hanai like go wee. It's cute, and you know it's a bit of Sonic inspiration in showing again, but they're used less frequently, which is good. You are more in control than you are in Sonic games. Your little footsie noises and her little Naruto run are so fucking cute. Oops. Okay, can we keep going here? Because again, just like we've seen earlier, it looks like we could keep going here, but I have no idea how we would. Maybe we just like unlock something later, like a triple jump or something, and then we have to go back to previous levels and then do it or something, you know? Oh, a B rank. That's our best one so far, I think. Huh. No music, and that thing in the distance, that magical looking tree is different. Are we about to fight some sort of boss? It also seems like we have 3 collectibles in the top left, I mean, right? Am I supposed to not have music? I was expecting music to start when we got to that tree, but... I might just be thinking too much of, what's it called again? Shit. Chet, help me out. You play as a tiny little chick on, with a little backpack and sneakers, and you're running around, and it's got, like, also, like, a retro 3D platforming aesthetic. Something that definitely feels bugged. It feels a little bugged, doesn't it? Tori, thank you. I might be thinking too much of, oh, well, of Tori, but I'm expecting something scary to happen, you know? Yeah, it was Tori. I was like thinking about Tori. Oops. Did I get the thing? Oh. Ah! Now music is starting. Okay, it looks like we're gonna be building up music as we collect tears or whatever they are, maybe? This way? Question mark? Looks like it. And if these drums are anything to go by, we're building up to some really good music too. Probably should have started with some cool music, but with some basic music, but that's a cool idea. Yeah, something would have been nice. Just some subtle music, you know? Tears like of the kingdom? No, tears like of the twilight. Like Twilight Princess, where you also collect twilight tears. Thank you very much. That one did it first. I actually have no idea if you collect Tears of the Kingdom and Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't play it, so I don't know. For all I know, it's actually Tears of the Kingdom. And it's because the kingdom has been torn apart or something. I don't know. Ow, whoa, whoa, we go fucking fast. Oh, piano. All right. I can't tell, is this just the same music we had in the previous level or not? I feel like it's different. It is the same music. Okay. Well, It does take away a little bit from the fun of like building up the music. If it's music you've already heard. Unless it was like in a very narratively satisfying way. Where you're building up power to defeat the big bad or something. You know? But still, it's nice that the level has a bit of a gimmick going on. Ah, we got a bunch of water drops, so we made a bubble. I get it. Ooh, going above the. Ooh. This game's fun. Yeah, okay, now I definitely remember or recognize the music. Where are we going? I don't know. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Excuse me. It's actually Tears of the Kingdom. Link has to make wedding cakes. It's actually Tears of the Kingdom. Link makes a tier list of all of the items you can find in Breath of the Wild. Zelda does the big sad and cries all over the kingdom. Well, aren't they just fucking progressive by making the female character just be sad all the time and not accomplish anything? I don't know if she does anything. I haven't seen her do anything in any of the gameplay I've seen, so I don't get high hopes. I love when Zelda said it's tears time and then cried all over those guys. Me? That's funny. Is that, can you stare at the camera when I do my next meme redeem? Trust me, this will play dividends. Sure, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit, I think. Pretty sure she does a lot. Well, I hope so. Because I was really mad to see that, first of all, she doesn't really do much in Breath of the Wild, and then she gets freed at the end, and then she still doesn't do anything. And then at the beginning of, or like in the trailer that I saw for Tears of the Kingdom, she just sort of falls and we don't seem to see her anymore. So, I don't know, it just bothers me that once again, Zelda doesn't really get to be directly involved in the main story, you know? Like, she doesn't get to be in the action, it seems. as far as I know, still the only game. Do I go this way? I guess I'll go this way. Still the only game where Zelda actually gets to be part of the action is in Spirit Tracks, you know? She seems to be playable, does she? Or did you just look at a mod? Doesn't do that much in Tears of the Kingdom, finishes for most of the game. Ugh, come on. Someone else says she's kind of awesome in Tears of the Kingdom. I'm getting very mixed messages here. Nintendo, before every Zelda game comes out, she's a fundamental part of this upcoming game after Psych. She's badass in Age of Calamity. I was gonna play that one and then I forgot. We can tell you about it in Discord where there are spoiler tags. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I didn't read what this was. Did anyone look at the name of this level? Oops. She only does important non-gameplay things. It's not that she needs to do gameplay things per se, but why are Link and Zelda always separated? Why can't they just... Obviously it'd be best if you could play her naturally. Imagine a Zelda game where you could do the entire thing co-op. Wouldn't that be neat? It would just be nice if she was there with Link for more of it, you know what I mean? Link and Zelda Superstar Saga. That'd be so cute! And is arguably what Tears or what Spirit Tracks already is, to an extent. Can we also, like, Zelda in Spirit Tracks was also just so fucking fun. She was so curious and fun-loving and excited to be there, and I'm not supposed to be here. But then I'll take it. She was so silly goofy. One of Gamelon's still undefeated. Yep. One of Gamelon still is the greatest game in all of Korodai. Where do I go? That's where I go. Alright. She was silly coated, goofy core, and teehee pilled. That's so true. That's what she was. I should really play Spirit Tracks again. Also, you know when people make like talk about like what are the best companions in Zelda or something, they're always like, oh, Midna's really fucking good, Midna's the best. And I don't disagree. I do think Midna is the best one. However, I feel like people should talk about Lineback more from Phantom Hourglass. Because he, I think, together with Groose, and maybe... no, I feel like he's like either as good as Groose or like a little less good but still extremely good. His character arc is very well written and very endearing and has a fantastic fucking payoff. I think he has a better payoff actually than Groose does. Oops. Medley underrated. Medley is fantastic. I really like Medley as well. But Medley isn't the companion in Wind Waker. That's the King of Red Lions. She's just one of the characters you meet, but she is very nice. I don't know if she's that underrated though. I feel like most people that have played Wind Waker really like Medley. Okay, but a lot of people say Midna because she's hot, so she has an overrepresented sample size. Yeah, I mean, that is not untrue. I also feel like it helps that she's from a game that people actually like. Because a lot of people don't... Wow! A lot of people don't actually like Phantom Hourglass, which I think is a shame, because I think there's a lot to like there. Oh, hey, what's over here? We're climbing teeth. Ah. Okay, this time I'm not gonna die. Mark my funkin' words. And then I didn't. Hold on a second, did I just... Did you just like do like a front flip or something? What did I just... That you just did like a thing in an animation that I hadn't seen before. Oh well. Yeah, you get to see the little boat in Phantom Hourglass, and you can even customize it. It's cute. Ah, Wanderlust. They really are all named after emotions, huh? I should go back and see what the other ones are called. I assume that has something to do with the story, since we are in some sort of digital construct. I can only assume that the construct was either made to simulate emotions or holds someone's real emotions digitized or something. Did I previously automatically jump off of the rails, or am I just forgetting to do it now? I guess you guys wouldn't know. That's a rhetorical question, I suppose. How would you tell? There appears to be a bubble here at some point. God, this game has really good music! The vibes in this game are just so fucking good. I really like them. I'm really curious to see what else this developer has done or will do. I think I looked it up and this was their first game, but I don't know for sure. It feels like sometimes you can get higher jumps. I don't know, like timing your air spin really well with your jumps or something, get you higher jumps. Maybe that's how you're supposed to get those special paths that we've been seeing. I wanna go this way. I did it. That's close, that's careful, that's tight. There we go. Where do we go? No, no! Dang it! Well, that one's on me, I suppose. I almost got back on track, but then I was dropped from so high up that I couldn't really see where I was going good. Ooh, okay. Oop. Jumped a little too early and I couldn't even salvage it. Haven't turned nice music well enough to whistle along into it yet.
Oh, we're okay.
Where do I go? Hold on, hold on. Okay, I gotta go up. I think they're wanting me to walk here instead of run. Well, if I had walked there instead of ran, I wouldn't have walked off the edge. My theory is proven. Okay, there we go. No, we don't. We don't go at all, chat. Silly chat, you didn't think we would go, did you? Now. Oh, well, we're not going yet. Silly chat, you buffoons. Silly chat, you morons. How could you think that? I'm sorry. I am the moron for failing all those jumps again. Okay, let's go. I fail that jump every time. I'm sorry for being mean. It was a joke. Okay, come on. I don't know. It's that line, that third line is just so much shorter than I feel like it's gonna be, so I missed a jump.
Hey. Hi.
There we go. I'll get that egg in a moment. At the next death or checkpoint. Ideally, checkpoint. Why not even a checkpoint? Just the end of the level, it looks like. Although there is more there. Don't know if we can get there yet though. I'm got a feeling we don't. Can't, I mean. Nope, no idea how to get there. Might have to sneeze though. Yes. Alright. Akai for. Thank you for the egg.
Oh.
Thank you very much for the stretchy imposter check. Just gonna take my jacket off. And a sippy. Yeah, they gave him an achievement for sneezing. It's true. The achievement was funny little noise. Don't forget you want to look at the love names again. Thank you. How's the platforming? It's pretty, it's challenging, but it's pretty fun. Okay, so let's see. So this one is home. Or... yes, okay, so home, summer, family, comfort, melancholy, wanderlust, and finally... oh, okay. That looks exciting. Infinity. .sh. What's SH? This one is NFV. Oh, these are all NFV, and then the last one is SH. Interesting. Now, I don't think this is going to be the end yet, because we know that there are those special little thingies to collect. So we'll find out. And then again, I guess it has been about 2 hours now. So I guess I would check out, maybe? SH is a file extension for shell scripts in Linux. Ah. We are on Linux, which makes sense, because Linux was originally going to have a fox person as a mascot, which is not too different from a red panda, or I think she's a red panda. Maybe she's a tanuki, but I think she's a red panda. I think. Ooh, there's 3 levels. Okay, I wonder if one of them is gonna be a boss. Ow. Ooh, and the cranes have all the different colors now. That's cute. That's a cute detail. Okay, so we definitely get launched automatically off of those. Oh no, all the enemies look special now. This is neat. This is super pretty looking. Oops. Oh, disappearing platforms. That's neat. New, rather. So you can triple jump. Yeah, I can. I've been doing that. You're triple jumping in the sense that if you attack in the air, you get another little boost. So it's not literally a jump; it just functions as such. Again, the vibes are just fucking, they're so good. I find myself getting lost in this. And also in space, because I'm dying! Oh wait, look like the spotlight on the ground. Wow, okay, we're good. That's nice. Okay, I jumped there. Okay, yeah, you only get launched off of some of them automatically, I guess. Takes a while to die. Whee! I thought, oh, I'll collect these cranes, but no, never mind. Actually, I'm good. Fuck! Wow, you're going fast like that one other 3D platformer starring a furry little thing, Crash Bandicoot. Yep. Actually, I think you're thinking of Croc. I feel like this is the kind of game Balloon Wonderland could have been if Yuji Naka wasn't so busy doing stock market fraud. Yeah. Perchance. I mean, wouldn't have been, because it didn't feel like it was... I haven't played it, I will say. But from everything I'd seen of it, it wasn't trying to be a game like this. It was trying to be more like Croc, I think. It was trying more to be like Croc. Or maybe Kirby? I say perchance every day. I love the word perchance. I'm so glad it has entered my vocabulary. And yes, it is because of the Mario essay, of course. I like that the size of the enemy does not matter. It just goes down with one hit regardless. It's funny. Oh shit. Oh no! Oh hey, you can jump through those from below. Croc from like Emperor's Groove?
Yeah, that's the one. Emperor's Groove. The groove for the Emperor. That groove.
Oh. No, I'm just running normal speed. Frankly, that's fine, actually. Ensures that I have an easier time actually making it. Ooh, look at that castle that we're approaching. Very nice looking. Missed the speed boost again. Destroying all your crystals, fuck you. Okay, I don't think there's anything here. Let's go leave.
The gobbo's poison. The poison specifically for the gobbos. Like gobbo. Poison.
Ooh, cutscene. Eyeball? Whoa! That's a really fucking cool effect. Are we doing a boss fight? Ooh. Oh my god. Ooh, I love this. This is really cool. Yeah. Yo! And combining different level elements from the previous worlds. I love it! To me, like, speaking from like as like from like a game design standpoint, a finale, like a boss fight should test your knowledge and expertise of like recently introduced mechanics, right? So that's why like with Zelda bosses, why they always like use a dungeon item, because that's just that's like a good challenge of your new skills that you've gained and stuff. And the end of the game should also ideally just bring back as much stuff from as much like gameplay elements from earlier in the game and test you on them. Fuck yeah, dude, this rules. This is so good. Okay, hold on. Oops. Oops. This is how school exams work. Hate that you put it like that, but you're not wrong. Good video game finales and boss fights truly are like if school exams were good, huh? I wonder if there's gonna be a boss fight. Also, I wonder if we collect all the keys, we'll actually get like story that tells us what the fuck is going on in this game. Oops. Don't even need you, just stupid fucking beach ball. This is so good. I love this game's energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, tight, tight. Did it in one? I'm awesome. Oh. Oh my god. What's gonna happen? Hello. Hello, gay people on the other end of the screen. 0 out of 6? Was I supposed to be able to find these throughout the game? Or am I gonna have to find them now? Collect my pages! Oh my god, you're right, it is. Oops. 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 Oh wait, from here. Hello, moon thing. Uh-oh. I think I broke it. It's the beginning of the game. Really should beat the game, not play it again. But with a bunch of different characters? What? Huh? I am able to answer your questions, by the way. I don't want to spoil it if you don't want to spoil it. Oh, no, don't. We're actually about to have a break. That feels like a bad end. Absolutely it does. We didn't find all those keys, for one thing. Oh, of course! There'll be other characters with, like, other better jumps or flight or something, and they'll be able to get to those places. And that's how we collect the pages for Slenderman, you know? Yeah, it feels like kind of a time loop situation, maybe. Anyway, yay! Got your mother in a well. She's not Okay, so it is 9 p.m. my time, which means we're going to take a break. The break will take about 20 minutes or so, during which I will do my estrogel. Oh! But we're about to take a break! Hisaya Roger, hello to you and all your viewers. Hello, hello, hello. I am Queen de Fennec, currently, but always Zoe. And we are playing, we just quote-unquote finished playing Lunistice, but we're going to be playing it again to collect collectibles or something to get the true end, question mark. And hello everyone, thank you so much for coming anyway, because we are about to have a break, so I'm gonna head out, but I hope you had a very nice time, Hisaya. And if you guys aren't gonna stick around for the break and stuff, during which I will play some nice music, then that is totally understandable, and I hope you have a nice rest of your day. But if you are, then during these 20 minutes, please, if you have any medicine that you have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, stretch your leggies, and get some snackies, and we will be back and playing more of the game after that. Alright, see you all soon! Bye-bye! How do I... Hold on a second, actually I have to first mute the game. There it is. Alright, see y'all in a bit.
place under the sun. There's a song on the Sahara wind that lifts you to your feet again. The dances on the clockwork stars that pulses through a beating heart. skyline looked like a stained glass window. The city sang such mad crescendo. 4 bare feet on a rain-soaked street. Summer air brushed fever dreams. Disappeared in a camera flash. Why do the bad girls never last? Lost in gin and lemonade. Electro spins in the mermaid parade. Four quartets and no regrets, except for the Polaroids I left. You were just some spell I was under. That in the summer, 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 summer. Put two beating hearts together, stitch the seams and pull the levers. Strange desires, sparks and wires. I sign the dotted line and tethered yours to mine. No anesthetic for hearts electric. Parts start to decay when just your shadow half remains. The operation had complications, and the part of you that died I'll carry all my life. Lovers slowly decomposing, so it goes. Could have been paradise, could have had diamond eyes that held so tight that I lost her. It could have been fireflies, but that fire died, dead and gone. I was wrong, love's a call. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Hope lingers on after the one you love is gone. Thought I smelled your ghost in my winter coat, and our love became a void, another echo in the noise that can't erase what we became. It could have been paradise, could have been you and I played the fool, and you played the martyr. We could have been fireflies, but some fires die. I meant no harm, we were both wrong. Moving on. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Huh. Hi! The break is over. I'm gonna do a bump on the socials and then put on all my accessories again on my arms. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. I hope you've all had a good break. I started reading volume 4 of I'm in Love with the Villainess. Because I got that, the manga that is.
I don't feel safe.
Why not? What's wrong, Vax? What's got you so vexed? Well, yeah, Mambalea, Mambalina. I'm feral, bitch. I'll break your knees.
Oh yeah.
No, but I love I'm in Love with the Villainous now. It's so good. Scary stream. Why are you guys all so scared, Z's? I'm so normal. And I only want to beat up Sonic a little bit. For fun. I'm just so fun and wacky. I've had a good break. I've been playing a fun little game called Lunistice. Wow, that sounds very fun. That sounds like something I might enjoy streaming, as a matter of fact. Wow. Good, though. I wonder what like this other characters thing is gonna be like. Do we have to play through the entire game as these characters? Or can we just choose? And it's not required that we do anything with them other than collect Slenderman's age pages. Also it's 6, but you know, who's counting? Alright, so, and also, how do we select these characters? Is it like this? I don't think it's like this. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's from the main menu then? So we do start game. So, oh wait, there was a character option there, hold on. Character. Oh look, Tori's actually here! That's cute! And also, Toki from Holomento, which is a game that I don't know. But I feel like I might wanna. So, standard play mode, attack and triple jump, not a fox. No attack, dies in one hit, runs very fast, cute burb. And can't jump well, but can flap wings 3 times, very quick attack. Kinda got lost while exploring. So I think Toki here is maybe the character that we're supposed to get to those special routes with that we saw a couple times. That we couldn't reach with Hana. Hold on, let me look at what Holomento is real quick. Holomento game. Ooh! Oh! Thank you so much, Jody. Thank you for getting me. For getting me the manga. I got married to my female friend. Thank you. I already know that manga and I know that it's nice, so that's good. Thank you. I'm excited to have that one and read it again. Thank you. Okay, I looked up a game called Holomento. I don't think this is it. Or is it? No, I think it might be. Hold on a second. Shane Weedy has a Twitch. No, I guess it is. Huh, it's just a very different looking game. Looks interesting though, this Holomento game. It is an indie permadeath action RPG focusing on the dangerous quest of passing through the mysterious Eventide Hollow and rebuilding it step by step. Okay, I see some of the character designs. I'm like, oh, okay, I can see how that would fit here actually. I'll send the page in case anyone wants to look at it. Anyway, let's try Tori first, because Tori is a character that I know and I'm familiar with, and therefore that's like fun, you know? Oh, so we... Okay, so... We do have to play through the entire game again? Question mark? The collectibles are the stars, like in Tori. Cute. Tori also has very fun walking sounds. And every time we pick up a star, his little backpack like pulses like, oh, there's a star in here. But, oops. All right, one hit. But I'm assuming, I'm assuming that we do not need to play as the other characters in order to get the true ending. I feel like those pages, we just have to find somewhere else, maybe? I don't know. I know that there was at least one person, Paranoid, but maybe also others in chat. Oh, no collectibles for Tori, huh? Some people in chat who, oops, were familiar with this game. So maybe they can tell us what we have, like, what we have to do in order to get the real ending. to collect the pages. Yeah, just a little puppy. Tori's very cute. I own Tori, but someone told me it was a spooky, scary ARG game, so I never booted it up. It's not that bad. It has some... Without going into details, yes, it has like some surprising scary elements in there, but it's not that bad. I liked it personally. It didn't scare me that much. And it's mostly the first game also that's like this. The second game is even tamer. Which I thought was kind of a shame, but the gameplay itself was still very fun, so I don't really mind. I wonder if the third game is gonna have more of that again. I'd say give it a try, Jody. I think you'd like it. Or at least I don't think the scary element of it would put you off that much. Okay, let's go see what the other character is like. Toki. Ooh. This one's taller. And has a sword. Ah, and uses the sword too and collects something. Potions. Oops. Huh, the short jump actually doesn't matter that much. I thought it'd be like, oh no, stupid short jump, but a lot of jumps can just be made with a jump this short. Wonder if you can fly indefinitely with a turbo controller? Well, probably not, right? Because you only have 3 flaps. Yeah, you only have a few. Otherwise, I would just be flying all across the stage, of course. Also, Pyrano, you played this game before, right? So, do you know how you can collect Slenderman's pages? Also, yes, Jody, I know, you hate video games. That's why you play them on Twitch, because you like to hate. You do, yes. Okay, then please give me like a hint. Do we have to play as a different character for it, for example? Hana, okay, alright, you have to be as Hana. Alright then. Is it the keys? Well, it's not just the keys. What if it's a key in one level and then a place to use the key in the second level? I'm very clever. You should try 1-2. Alright. That does sound like we have to use the key in the second level. Ow. Oh, hey, bye! Is anyone here needing to get lunch or dinner? I have my dinner. I had some falafel wraps. It was good. Kids are rating Heartless with silly. That's true. Or is it? Maybe they're not for that at all, and that's just what Sora has been told. I like this wireframe too, it's fun. Have I been this way? Yeah, I think I had been that way. Which means I had not been the other way, maybe. Maybe I have. I don't remember. Okay, this is where one of the ladders was, so I got that too. Oh yeah, I remember doing this on the first playthrough as well. It's all coming back to me, Chad. My impeccable memory that remembers everything all the time, which I'm well known for being able to do and such. It's doing it. See, that's how you sometimes get like a way higher jump. It's confusing these days. There's another letter over there, I remember.
Oh!
Okay, look, on the... in the top left, it still shows that key, which really does suggest that I have to use it in this level! It might be because I'm bouncing off of an enemy, or just if by executing that move while hitting an enemy, both jumping and attacking, it just gives you a boost. I'm not sure. I don't think you can jump on enemies, can you? I think there was just another letter up here. Ooh, woo. It's just so confusing these days, you know? Sometimes it doesn't even feel like a red panda. Sometimes it feels like the same tiny yellow bird in sunglasses coming in and doing weird shit. Nice.
I'm a little bird and I've hurt my knee.
Ah! Okay, now there's more. There's platforms here now that I don't think were here the last time. So I'm assuming that these were unlocked by having gotten that key. And now we're about to acquire a soap block. What? Or more likely, it was one of the documents. Alright, so in the first level of an act, you collect the key, and then in the second, you collect the piece of paper for Slenderman. Got it. Is there any way to read these documents or no? And is it always the same? Is it always these purple glitchy platforms that pop up, or do they look like different things sometimes? And are they always at the end of the level? And did I just miss them last time I was at the end of any of the other levels? So, probably not. Time away from the spotlight has given her time to reflect. It's Slender Woman now. I love that for her! We love... you know, it's finally some problematic transgender representation, huh? I don't support Slender Woman. I'm sorry. She may be transgender now, but that doesn't excuse her crimes that she's done. Oh wait, the H that I didn't get before. You get a soap block with a note attached that says, "Dear Hana, you stinky. Love, Slender Woman." I wonder if something happens if I fall down here. Oh, yes, I die. Okay. Learning so much. Listening and learning to the waves that I'm sinking into. Everybody's all BK do crimes until that crime is haunting the woods. Welcome to my forest. Please collect the pages of my book that the wind has blown all around the place. Also, can I borrow some cash? About $20. See, she's just so fucking needy all the time. Also, her crime isn't haunting the woods. It's preying on kids, obviously. Haunting the woods is cool and based. You just gotta be good at the cool and good about it, you know? If I were to haunt the woods, I think I would just be funny about it. I would have fun with it, you know? I wouldn't so much be like a scary entity in the woods. I would be like a very cool and mysterious entity that everybody wants to be friends with, you know? Why can't you go back here anyway? We're good. Dun, dun, dun. I should be keeping my eyes out for those platforms. Maybe I did do that. Maybe I have been doing that. Maybe I have not. Who's to say? In any case, I've already been to these places because there's a collected letter here. In fact, I've already collected all 4 of the letters. And we're reaching the end of the level. And I do believe that, yep. Oh. Okay. That definitely wasn't there before. Do you have to collect them in order or something? Is that what it is? Because that's a bit... meh? I thought you already were a cool and mysterious entity that everyone wants to be friends with. Well, sure, but I'm not haunting the... also, thank you. But I'm not haunting the woods, you know? If I gotta do them in order, then this will be much easier than I thought it would be, but it's also a little bit of a shame. It would have been nice if I could have just done them out of order. Oh. Put me in the woods. I love the woods. I might not be haunting the woods, but I definitely do frequent them. Frequent? Frequent? Frequent is ook een Nederlands woord en dat betekent gewoon... ja, vaak. Betekent vaak. Als je vaak iets doet, dan doe je dat frequent, zeg maar, weet je wel? Maar het is niet dat je ergens bent, zeg maar. Hetzelfde als in het Engels. So that's not how it works, you know? But yeah, I do like to go to the woods. I love the sound of the wind through the trees and the grass. I love the smell. And sometimes you see a deer or a thing that you can't really identify and you're like, whoa, hope that wasn't Slender Woman, you know? And then you're like, no, it's too short. But what if it was Slender Woman squatting? And then you start to worry all over again, you know? I do not know Dutch except for maar, which means but. But like, as in, well, that context. Not as in like you're behind, but like the other but. The one that I've been using it as, you know? Also, Sheburger and Fred Fox. And a whole bunch of other ones that I've been missing. I'm so sorry. Webless. A Kai-4. I thought I did get a Kai-4. I definitely did, I feel. AOL. Ashley Miami. Vixie Bombay. Diafiend. Transgirl Trish. Did I get Space Junk? I guess maybe not. Space Junk. And Soup. And Tringerine. Thank you all for your eggs. So we can go to the woods when I come over. Of course, Jody! Oh, yippee! I would love to go to the woods with you. There's some very nice woods near here. We should absolutely go on a hike through the woods. I'd love to go on a hike through the woods. What did I get? 200 points, but reported as 10. To keep you on, to keep things surprising and fun, you know? Because we're just so crazy around here is the thing about it, you know? Oh, whoops. I don't need to be here. I just get to the end of the level, I think. Okay, I kept failing these jumps, but now I did them so good because I'm a pro at this game now. I cannot wait to have collected all of the 8 pages and then go back to the end of the game because this stuff is just really fucking cool. I love the visuals of that final level and the music and stuff. I'm doing text fraud? We've all done a little bit of text fraud, haven't we? It's a rite of passage, if anything. Ow. Ow. If the keys and pages unlock the ending, I wonder what the cranes and letters do. Good question. Maybe they unlock costumes or something. I do think that I saw a screenshot where Hana had a costume. So maybe, but that might also just have been like the ending where she wears a different outfit or something. I have no idea. Okay, I attacked. Oh no, don't do that. Do I also have to have collected all the letters, maybe? Maybe the key and the page are two separate things. And you just need to have collected the letters in a level in order to access whichever one of them is in the level. Because I did not have all the letters. And I did have the letters in the previous one when you got the key. So that would give credit to the theory that it's not needed to be done in order. And you just need to collect all the letters. In which case... I fucked myself over by just trying to get to the end as fast as possible this time. I know. And I actually was supposed to... be much more careful in finding all the letters. Well, maybe both? Maybe both. No, please. Oh no. Yay. Oh, okay.
That's cringe.
Maybe a bit. I feel like I...
That's cringe. That's cringe. That's cringe.
I feel like I could do a better that's cringe as, whatever the extra Kronk is called. Nowadays, because that's what that originally was.
Car battery! Oh!
So I assume the H was over there. So then where do we find the A and the N? Because we already have the last A.
Yippee!
You go slightly English when you do Patrick Warburton voice. Do I?
Hello. I'm Patrick Warburton. That's the name of the actor, I guess. I don't really know. I think you're right. I feel like I've heard that name before. Do I go English when I do this? I don't know.
I definitely feel like I have much more voice crack than he does, but whatever. So have you ever been to Markermeer? Is that a Dutch thing? It doesn't ring a bell. Markermeer. I don't know what that is. What is it? Oh, there's a thing here. Hello. You will lead me to the first A. Nope, that's wrong. I should be able to see based on the trail. Trail. And there we... And... Shit! Okay, we're still missing one. But I don't know where it is, so we'll just keep going, I guess, and we'll have to do the level again. I love they go underwater here, or sort of underwater. You go in the bubble. Okay, over there's A. Over there's nothing. So we'll just go to the end. It's a big lake north of Amsterdam. No, I have not been there. Is it nice? Really shallow, like 5 meters deep. What, the whole thing? The whole thing is only like 5 meters deep? That's very funny, actually. I don't know about that. I said I want to walk. I thought I want to. I was gonna say, there we go. I want to walk across the whole thing, but then I remember that 5 meters is still pretty. It's still much deeper than most people. Blah blah blah, keep walking. If I follow that, I get the H. Her feet go so pet. You're so right. And it's wonderful. She truly goes. Unfortunately, the Dutch are not 5 meters tall. Yet. That's right. We're not there yet, chat. Not yet. We'll get there. And then we'll see who's short. The plot of this game is that Croc gave the cringe potion to Cusco. Hold on, what? Gave the cringe potion to Cusco and turned him into a red panda funny furry girl, and she's trying to collect the 6 age pages to impress her friend Slender Woman. I think that is exactly it, yes. Alright, okay, so... I do see a bubble down there. Oh wait, we did that. That's how we got here. But what about over there, then? Wow, nothing! Why is this even here? Oh well. And what's that funny little green orb that's trailing us the entire time? I guess it's what we use for an attack. It twirls around us when we do that. Oops. Ah, here we go. There it is. We found it. Oops, 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 oops. I think Hana Lunistice is my favorite woman in fiction. I think she's extremely good. I think she's so cute. But we don't really know much about her personality. But maybe if we read the 6 pages, we'll find out. I assume you can also just progress without going into this bubble. Maybe she's awful, maybe. But ideally not. Maybe we just find out that she is pretty fine and nice and stuff. She just cares a little bit too much about like grocery store coupons. So there we go, there's the purple glitchy platforms. These platforms are nice. Got a page. You can tighten or turn a circle by turning off smooth turning in the options menu. I remember doing this and it felt distinctly worse. Oh my god. Have you been reading these? You can read them? Oh, you can read them. Oh my god. Okay. Pink, thank you very much. Let me just take a sippy before I read all of this. Alright, here we go. Hey mom, hey, wow! Collected my single page. Girls. Pretty. So true, I would say that. Hey mom, hey dad. Dun 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 dun! Guess what? I did it! I finally made it into the recon unit. The days of endless drills are finally over. Well, kinda, I guess. Anyway, I really want to celebrate this with you guys, but it still might take a few weeks until I'm allowed to go home for a while. But that just gives you enough time to prepare yourselves for the biggest cake ever. Yeah, she's a bootlicker. Well, at least when this was written. We don't know if this is Hana typing this though. Who knows? Oh, I'll also bring along someone I met during training. We finished our training at the same time, actually, though it seems like she wants to get into special ops later down the line. She's pretty rad. Also, she has the sweetest accent. European, I think? Maybe? I never really asked. And I guess that's it. Can't wait to see everyone again. Oh, and Dad, don't worry, I'll be fine, really. Heart. Mom, please tell Dad that I'll be fine, Heart. I want to say hi to... For me, love you! So they're Yuri, right? This person that they're bringing along? I think they're Yuri. Opinion. We're all screwed by... Yuri alert. 200 years. It has been 200 years since we're all cursed by the moonfall, and for 200 years our dear global government sat on their collective butts, doing nothing as always. Well, guess what, dear world leaders? Our time has almost run out. Starting today, we have exactly 1 year, as in 365 days, to still somehow fix everything and to not lose what's left of humanity, quote unquote. Instead of pouring all of our collective resources into the hacks at NeoFlux, maybe you should have worked on actual solutions? Whatever. I'm done. I'm done with words, I'm done with everything. Try to enjoy the next year as much as you can, everyone. It'll be your last. And this is to our leaders. Screw you. Cool. Fun. Let's see, those... The numbers at the top, I wonder if those... Correspondence, cash... News, cat...
Egg.
Does anyone remember what year they said at the beginning? Because the first 4 digits might be a year, with this being a year after this one. I feel like that's possible, like year first and then month and then day. I would say. But look at the base pipeline, if it's the same person. But yeah, maybe. Oh, it's Linux terminology? That's fun. Does make it harder for me to understand though. It would have been nice to have known... Okay, you see, okay, if I were to have made this game, but hindsight is 2020, I feel like I would have, at the moment that those blocks appeared, I would have like made the 4 letters like appear above Hana or something, to just some indicator that, oops, that this is happening because you collected the letters. You know what I mean? Because then like you would no. You would be able to remember, you would be able to tell like, oh, this is because I collected letters, because now I didn't know why it was happening or why it wasn't, you know? I was just expecting it to just happen again at some point in some level. Anyway, first level, letter. This definitely feels like it would be like the main theme. Whoops. Doesn't seem like there's anything to do up here. News is a directory, cat is a command that prints a file to the terminal. Ah, okay, cute. So over there's the A. So the world's all like fucked and shit, so I'm assuming that we're on like the last computer or something, trying to, because they talked about the moonfall and we are trying, you know, we end up attacking the moon, but it doesn't work or something. So we're like doing a simulation to... I wanna... Hold on a second. Found a secret. I'm assuming that we're doing some sort of simulation to try to defeat the moon. to save humanity or something? I don't know. Woo! Let me just get Rutsutera's egg real quick. Thank you. Step 1, fight some skeletons. Step 2, kill the moon! Where were we fighting skeletons? That's not even a thing we were doing. We skipped step 1. That's how gung-ho we are about saving humanity, I guess. This is the end of the level. I don't want to be at the end of the level yet. I don't have the letter S. I mean, N. I also don't have the letter S, but that's not a letter that we have to collect anyway, so that's okay. Dark Nitroline, thank you very much for your egg. Anyway, I guess we have to restart. Fly me to the moon, let me kick its fucking ass. Let me show you what I learned in my moon jujitsu class. In other words, fuck the moon. I know I just got here and heard something about destroying the moon, and it reminded me of an old joke I saw a while ago. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's like about like JRPGs or something. I get it, I get it. Fly me to the moon and let me play Among Us. Sus. Okay, so so we need the N. So where was the A again? And A was through that tunnel beneath one of these slidey thingies. Okay, over there is the H. I also like these running parts, they're fun. Oops, I didn't see the enemy, I was too busy vibing to the music. I wonder if I can destroy the gold thingies. Oh, fuck you, die. Don't think so. Okay, so over... down there, and then I'm jumping over now, is the A. So now we're gonna have to really pay attention. What if I go the other way? The one that doesn't have the cranes, does that matter at all? No! And that's the end of the level. What? Hey, hold on a second. But I didn't even see where the other A was. Unless that was... Oh, wait, there are two A's. Maybe when I thought I got the first A, I actually got the second A, and... Okay. I think I got it. I think the place where I thought the H was is actually where the first A is. And then where I thought that the first A was is actually where the last A is. So between those 2 points is where the S is. Don't know where the H was then. But I guess it doesn't matter, we already have that one. Jeez, Grant, she loves to eat sand. Not by myself. And I only love it for the sport of cooperative competitive sand eating. Of which me and Rose are the local champions. Okay, so over here, up here is the S. Or I mean A, the first A. So pay attention. Maybe it's over here somewhere. Fucking noises. Omega is here to blow up the moon or protect it. I'm not sure what you're doing, but as long as Omega can shoot something, you'll be happy. Omega on one of your ears. Okay. Look, I've said it once and I'll say it again. H. I'll put him on the crown. Gives him a good vantage point. Maybe it's down here. Oh, okay, hello. I don't know. Oh! Hi! Hello! Hello! Thanks so much for the raid. Hi! What were you doing? Oh, thanks so much for the raid. Hi! I am a Queen of Fennec currently, but always Zoe. And I am a variety streamer and an artist and stuff. And we are trying to collect Slenderman's 8 pages. Sorry, Slender Woman's 8 pages. She transitioned in this game where I don't think she actually shows up, but she definitely has her pages in here. Ooh, the Somnium Files. I've heard it's very good. Are you like, ooh, oh, oh, fuck off. Oh, I found it. Oh, nice. Okay, we're looking for collectibles also. Because that's how you collect the pages. Okay, we got the end, good. So now we just have to get to the end. But I hope you're enjoying it. I've heard there's many very good characters in it. So, hold on a second. So the second level of each act has a page. The first act of each level has... Hello? Where are the funny little blocks? Excuse me. Oh, there they are. What? Wait, how am I supposed to... Okay, alright. There we go. Oh, not glitchy yet. There we go. So the first level of each act has a key. The second level of each act has a page. We know that we need the pages. Yo, S rank, I got no resets? What the fuck? I'm awesome. Anyway, we know that we need the pages in order to get the true ending. But what about the keys? Do we need those? Cause if the keys aren't required, if the keys are just like for unlocking another character or costumes or something like that, then I'd prefer to focus on the pages. We're trying to find the moon's 8 pages while the moon is creeping up behind us. Yeah, it's true. It's sort of like a PT, you know, like you can never see the moon behind you, but she's there. Maybe the case is so you can access or read the page. I forgot to read the page. No, wait, we don't have a page yet. They're like passwords. I can imagine that, yeah. But if someone like knows, then please just tell me whether or not I have to collect the keys in order to get the pages or the real ending or anything like that. Since I would prefer for this stream not to go on for too long. You know? So like that, if I just get we can always get the keys later, but then I'd like to focus on the essentials so we can at least get that done before the stream goes on for too long, you know? Is there a regular ending you've already seen? Yeah, technically. I mean, it said like that we got an ending, but it was a very clear this is not the real ending because it reset the game basically, like, or the simulation, like in fiction everything just got the reset. And before we got that ending, there was very specifically like a moment where they said, you have collected 0 out of 6 pages. So, you do need both the keys. Okay, alright, thank you. Wait, I think I might have wanted to jump off there. Oh well. Nope, still didn't get it. That's okay. Okay, I remember getting a letter around here. And since the level has been going on for a while, I feel like it's probably the letter A. And therefore, the last one. That is to say, the second A, which we already have. And that's a bit of an issue with how they display already collected letters, is you can't tell what this used to be. Yep, does not show me. Well, I suspected that's the second A and therefore the last letter. And we'll be getting pretty close to the ending now of the level, but we'll see. Okay. Oh, okay. Kids these days can understand this game. They're like, what are pages? Why are we not collecting 6 iPad tablets? That's silly. They know that pages are that thing from the Slender Man, and that's it. That's what they know it from. Whoa! See, sometimes you just such a super duper high jump. I'm not sure why. I mean, it has to do something with activating. You! Oh! A letter. Oh, okay, so that the other letter we found was the first H. Okay, cool. Anyway, I do a high jump when I jump and spin at the same time sometimes, but there, okay. And that is definitely higher. That is definitely like a high jump. I don't jump and spin at the same time. I jump and then immediately afterwards spin. Okay. I assume that'll be useful at some point. Now let's see. What is that? Is that a box with a face painted on it? That's the box with a face painted on it. Hello. Hello, default Unity Cube. Congrats on getting a face. I guess I'll... Okay, good. Nothing else when I tech you. And I can't even pop your balloon either. Okay, well, bye, friend. That's cute. I like that it was not accompanied by a collectible. It was just there just to be fun on its own. Good. I love you, Cube. Ow. I remember you saying the age decided level, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I was like, this feels like this level has been going on forever and that this is the age now? I did say stuff like that. You're so right. The Sonic Colors announcer. I love you, Cube! Cube! I still haven't made that like a sound redeem or a sound bite on my soundboard. I really have to, because it's very good. That said, we've reached the end of the level, and we're missing the N, and haven't even figured out where the N, where the second A used to be. Huh. Nice all-in-one. I got an achievement! Strike! They were asking for it. Bobble. Oh wait, maybe this is where the final A was. Yes, okay. Wait, there was something else there, I think. Oh, gonna die. Oh no, wait, it was just those boosters to get back down here. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, let's try again. So we know that we can just kind of breeze through the level for a while until we get to the one big jump to the stairs that we miss. Although if we can actually succeed at it, that would be nice. And up! I have no idea if collecting the cranes does anything. I hope it's not required for the true ending, because that's annoying. I don't like it when getting the true ending requires you to collect everything. I think collecting everything should just reward you with a fun costume or special weapon or something. I think that is always much nicer. Okay, here it comes. Ah, dang it. Okay, it looks like, or Yeah, I think the high jump also works on your double jump in the air, so that's good. It's a thing. Okay, so this way was... Fuck off. This way was the H, I think. Yes. There was the H, so... Up ahead is the first A, and then we really have to pay attention. Ah. Nice. Not nice. Up. Just get every letter in the same run? Thankfully, no. Letters are saved between runs and even between deaths. That'd be pretty fucking painful otherwise. Whee! Woo! Nice. Okay, so over there is to the first A. Don't see anything special here. But we really have to keep looking now to get that N. Oh, maybe. I didn't get a checkpoint, did I? No, I didn't. But I bet you have to, like, walk along those ledges. You killed me. Tiny 7 Eyes 3D, thank you very much for following. Welcome. Hello. You are forever branded as the person that killed me at a moment. Focus. Fuck. That could have also killed me. Do you guys like it when I fucking die in the Fichigawa game? Okay, get the checkpoint. There we go. Okay, okay. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, hello. I don't think you're supposed to stand down there. Oh. Oh. Wait. No. Wait. Oh. Aw, took the little dude with me. Okay, so this is clearly where you're supposed... Which way are you supposed to go? I guess probably forward. If I had to guess. Oh wait, I see a letter there. Wait, so then that's the other A. So we already missed it? Where? How? Wait. Wait, that's where the box is. Okay, so this is progress. I guess, so we want to go this way? Maybe? I don't know. This is confusing. Oh! I fucked up a jump. Why don't I have little fangs? I should have given myself little fangs. Why didn't I? I must have tried and just didn't look good or something. There it is. Nice. Okay, we got Hana. So now we just get to the end. It should be simple enough. Mean to me. Maybe I get angry, hold on. Bah. Bah, 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 bah. Fuck you. Nope. No thanks for me. Pretty lame.
Car battery!
Ow! Giving yourself little things does seem like something you'd have done if you could have. Well, I feel like I definitely would have tried. I imagine I just, oh fuck. I imagine I just, well, decided that they didn't look good at the texture resolution that I'm working with. And as such, then decided not to do it after all. Up the ending scrolls. Yes, it is. Damn. Missed one. Shit, wait, I was supposed to get the... Damn it. Now we have to do it again. I love the little baby 1 pixel fangs on Laura's mouth. It's actually not... doing the little baby 1 pixel fangs on Laura's mouth. Yeah, I feel like I must have tried, but just still decided it didn't work. I don't know. I really can't imagine I wouldn't have tried. But also, I have shit memory, so I don't remember if I tried or not. Woo. Thank you for believing in me, Jody. I definitely have some alts planned that will extremely have sharp teeth though. So those will make up for it, I'm sure. At least if somebody won't have to look for anything, we can in fact just go to the end as fast as we can. Ah, oh, come on, so close. Maybe they do that on purpose, like you're actually not capable of making that jump, and it's just there to tease you. Fennec Queen's missing fang would be in her Dark Lore iceberg. What would a Gauntlet Queen Dark Lore iceberg look like? There would definitely be no ears on there. For Gauntlet Queen, of course, not for me, duh. Having a bunch of the fact that we have a bunch of eyes and mouths and shit inside of our head. That would be in there. I wonder what else. $50-meter tall thing? Yeah, probably. But I don't know if that's part of the lore, or if that is just a development thing. Although, of course, Gauntlet Queen's lore already like very much blurs the boundary between those two things. So I guess. Will they also be tiny little baby animals? The tooth alts that I've planned? I'm not gonna tell you. I will say. No, I won't. I will say nothing. I say nothing at all. That's what you like, right? When you're watching a streamer? They would just shut up. No, I did it again! Why did I... Damn it! Fuck! Shit! Well, hey, S rank, no resets. That's good at least. Fuck! Okay, come on. Come on, girl. Yeah, it's the muscle memory, dude. I need you guys to start, like, when we near the end of the level, I need you guys to scream in chat that, like, Zoe, don't fucking end the level, please. Well, no 0 resets this time. It is kind of cool that I got a 0 resets, though, I gotta say. Bum, ba-da, ba-da, bum. Kills you, kills you all. At the top of the iceberg is Dusty, and at the very, very bottom is Dusty in all caps. What you could do is, at the top is Dusty, which is the existence of Dusty, and then somewhere down there, but I don't know if this is dark lore really, is the fact that Dusty is an homage to my actual real pet rabbit Dusty that I used to have. That could be on there maybe. But that's definitely not part of the lore though. You could have like Dusty exists and then Dusty knows how to operate war machines. Somewhere it says Dusty, not a dog. Please! He's not a dog, he's a rabbit. We could spin into Dusty was dead the whole time? No, I don't want that. That's sad. Dusty is the reincarnated ghost of the pet Dusty. Focus. Don't enter level. Thank you. I'll fucking try. Comic Queen is actually the souls of the children. Childhood is murdered. Okay, okay, third time's a charm. Okay, I know that if I take that bubble, It's gonna take me up somewhere where the last A was. So I guess it makes sense if the blocks spawn up there, but I'm just gonna have to be very careful not to land on the level end if they don't. Ah, there they are. Oh, okay. Okay. I did it! I didn't end the level! I did die though. It's only my second reset though. Other than that little mishap at the beginning, I was able to get here without dying. So I guess I am getting better at the game, and that's nice. Okay. Where's the thing? Where's the platform? Wasn't there a fucking platform? Hello? Am I blind? I'm blind. Page number 3. All right. Time for really, really good music. So, yippee! So all we have so far in this stage is the H. Whoops. So I need to know that if you end up being the souls of dead children, then I'm gonna be upset. Don't worry. Maybe. But I don't think you have to worry about that because I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I'm not a fucking creepypasta. I'm the souls of alive children, yes, that's what it is. That makes it okay. Yeah, the scenery bobs in time with the music, it's super cute. These levels are extremely fucking cute. And the music is just fucking bopping. Now let's see, because I don't actually remember what the first letter was here. Huh, why's that one there? Okay, I did, oops. I did this platforming challenge before, ow, you can see that. And I'm assuming that this is the H, but let's go check. Yes, because we already have that one. You're the soul of one child who grew up and became and decided to stream video games. Not untrue. I have very deep lore like that. Okay, so up. I think I know where the first A is. Uh-oh. I'm the soul of a trans kid who became alive. I did use when I was little, when referring to times, a time before I was born, I would say a time when I was still dead. Which is a fun way to, a fun use of words for that. Okay, so that's the first A done. Let's see, where did we come from? We came from over there. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, the jelly. Doesn't look like there's anything else here, so let's keep going. Look around. Okay, I think I already know where to go. And this ain't so hard. We can do this, Chad. Hope I didn't miss anything. I was kind of in the groove for a little bit there. Oops. But I'm pretty sure that the final A will be this way. Yes, it is. Oh, and it leads directly into the glitchy platforms. Very nice. So I'm gonna refer to my life pre-transition from now on when you were still dead. Honestly, yeah, when you were still dead inside. Oopsie. Oh. Okay. Na 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 na. Okay. To be honest, I do see the start of my transition as when I started existing. I don't see it as when I started existing, but I mean, I definitely see it as when I started being myself, certainly, but it's also just times before that I have trouble envisioning them not as who I am now. You know what I mean? Like, I presented differently then, but I don't see that anymore. I just see myself as like a younger girl, even though I didn't look like that back then. Nothing around here. Yeah, I've retrofitted my memories, yeah. Also, in this level, we've got the first A and the N, so we have to find the first and last letters. Oops. I get that. I think I'm mostly this way because I've forgotten a lot of things early on. That also makes sense. I mean, me too, of course. Silly little, silly little brain damage. Give me bad memory, haha. Wow, didn't think that was gonna work. Okay, let's look around. Doesn't seem like we've missed anything just yet. Okay. Kills you, kills you, kills you, and you, and you, and you, and you. For no real reason. Haven't gotten any collectibles yet. I'm really missing something. I feel like retrofitting your memories as a trans person is also a bit of a result. I'm sure not. Yay, block friend, cube friend. Anyway, I'm sure not all of us feel that way, but I feel like for a lot of us, it also has to do with the fact that we feel like we didn't really have a childhood. At least not the childhood that we should have had, you know? So by just retroactively imagining our childhoods to be more like, you know, us, that also kind of feels a little bit natural, I feel. Okay, there's definitely gonna be something here. I have no idea we've gotten this one yet. It'd be pretty late in the level to be getting the age, but then again, we had that in the earlier level. I find it pretty hard not to dwell on that missing childhood. I super get that. But I've more or less been able to move past that by, oh wow, that is the age, alright. By partially, like, it's a bit cliche, but just like the saying, like, no use crying over spilled milk, you know? Like, it happened, you know? Like there's nothing you can do about that anymore. And instead just like focusing really hard on the now, on being the happiest and best version of myself that I can be now. Like if all you're gonna do, like, I totally get it, but being sad about the past just means you won't be able to enjoy the present and make the present as good as you can, you know? Fucking Christ. It's like, there needs to be like an addition to the saying, no use crying over spilled milk, that's like, no use crying over spilled milk, but we have like another carton, so you should drink that before it spoils? Or something, I don't know. Fuck. Love milk. I love milk, dude. Do you know some people like think the concept of drinking milk just for milk, just to be drinking milk, they think that's a weird concept? Like, why? Milk is good. I like to drink milk. What do you think chocolate milk is? It's just milk with some chocolate in it. I bought whipped cream recently to go on my Chucky milk. Aw, so good. Make me so happy. Okay, down here was a letter, I remember that. So that's presumably the first A. Oops. Still in the future, not in the past. Okay, well, how about this, actually? The past is history. The future is a mystery. But today is a gift. That is why it is called the present. Wow. To anyone who doesn't know, I didn't come up with that. That's monkey. Sorry, that's really funny that you did a meme maker while fucking Oogway is up there. You gonna come down, bud? Oh yeah, he's gone. Anyway, yeah, that's from Kung Fu Panda, which is really good. And I mean, yeah, it's from Kung Fu Panda, haha, but also, it is genuinely just, well, first of all, Kung Fu Panda is just really good. Monkey. First of all, it is just a really good movie, but also, it's just a really good quote. Like, genuinely, I've thought about that quote a lot. I think it's genuinely a really good message, you know? Alright, I remember this part as well. So that'll be the N. Oopsie, bye. Oopsie, bye. Please get this girl someone, please. A Cinnabon. Please, please, please look how sad and hungry she is. And then I wasn't, I'm so sorry. I don't think I've ever had a Cinnabon. If they are what I think they are. They're like kind of swirly and they got a bunch of glaze on the top. Don't think I've ever had one. No, it's fine. You get a second childhood. It's called your 20s, and it's better because you get to do what you want. True! That is also very true, Jody. Like, if you're stuck lamenting the way you spend your, you know, actual childhood, you're not gonna enjoy your 20s, which also give you like a lot of freedom. More, actually, I would argue. Okay, there's a letter here. There's a last letter here. Alright, I think I know where the black platform or the spacey platforms are gonna go. Yep, I was right. That was easy. Can I have a third childhood because I'm 31? You can have as many as you want. That's the secret. That is the secret! That's true. It's your 30s, yeah. That's your third childhood. Everyone treats you like property when you're a kid. Yep. You can do anything to be happy at any age. You should do anything to be happy at any age. Your happiness is more important than anything. Also, another bit of wisdom that we talked about on Jody's stream earlier today is you should only ever do as much work as you're being paid for at your job. Okay, in this level we only have the N. Okay, I don't think we missed anything just yet. Doesn't look like we missed anything yet. Dig the biggest hole, they'll just give you a bigger shovel, so dig teeny tiny holes for babies. Yeah. If you do too much, then they'll just assume that they can make you do even more without paying you properly. Wait. Oh, okay. I think there's gonna be a vine at some point there. Is every stage so charming? Yes. They're all wonderfully charming. But I do feel like this stage might be just a little bit more charming. Largely thanks to the music, which I really, really like. Okay, this will lead to a secret, I assume. Yes, it does. Okay, that's the H. Good. Oh. I think I was supposed to jump there. It's okay, though. Probably. There's probably no letters there. It's probably fine. Oh. I didn't hit the thing. I saw a thing. I saw a thing to jump to. Okay, pay attention. Focus, 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 focus. And there we go! I'm so good, sees at video game. And there's the letter A. The first. So now all we need is the other A. And then we get the key, and then we get... Oh, I've been forgetting to read files. Chat, remember, remind me that once we beat this level, we read the files that we've been forgetting about. Oh, okay, alright. I like the design of the HUD. Something, whoa! It's simple. It doesn't take up too much space. It manages to put all that information in like a nice little space there in the corner. It's nice, I like it. Like it is simple, but it still has like enough personality, unlike what like every Nintendo game is becoming, you know? Where it's just white rectangles. It's like, come on, dude, have some fucking personality. There's some nice little shapes here and stuff, you know? I like it. I wonder if the final letter is back here. Oh, it actually is back here. Okay. The new Mario RPG made it really apparent. God, yes. If you compare the old Mario RPG, like Super Mario RPG UI with the new one, it's fucking night and day, dude. The new one looks so fucking boring, whereas the old one is so like cute and fun and fantastical. I was so sad to see that. That was probably like, I mean, I don't know if I would have bought it either way, but it definitely didn't fucking help, you know? Important takeaways from this stream. Life is beautiful, you are beautiful, nothing in life matters but your happiness. It's only too late if you're dead, ignore your boss. Yep. That's correct. That are my lessons for y'all today. Congratulations, you collected every item. Unfortunately, you didn't finish your required reading list, so you don't get the true ending. God damn it. Fuck, I've been too busy reading comics all the time. Damn it. Alright, so we got 2 things to read, I remembered. Correspondence, CAD, NFI, JA, International, blah blah blah. Same year as last time. From J. Ito to B. Renard. Introducing Project Lunistice. Whoa, that's a game! Professor, I write this with the utmost respect for you and your team's work, but after reading your research notes, I have numerous doubts about the viability of your project. And I'm not even talking about the sheer number of safety concerns. I am aware that our time is running out quickly, but trying to save our future using the not only drastic, but highly untested methods you proposed is very concerning. Of course, you have the full support of my team, as always, but I implore you to rethink your approach to Lunistice. There has to be another way. Respectfully, Dr. Ito Yasuo, NFI Research and Development, Japan. Okay. So is this Professor? The person from these? I'm assuming that this is Hana, who got her mind transplanted into, like uploaded into the digital realm to kill the moon or whatever. And then this is probably the Professor, maybe. Maybe give it another year of testing? Oh, okay, yeah, we'll give it another year of testing. And then everybody died. Current spend on his cat, blah, blah, blah. Same year, I think. Hey guys, so, there's been more news. It seems like Very and I have been Very... That's the girlfriend. And I have been selected for Project Lunistice for some reason. I guess we managed to impress some of the higher-ups or something, but it also means I'll probably not come home for a while. Sorry. I know the times are rough right now and all that, but I really want to believe in this project. It's pretty much our only hope, I guess. Whatever, I'll be fine as always. And when we kick the moon's butt, I'll come back home for good. Promise. Please take care, everyone, and stay safe. Heart. Love you, Hana. It is Hana. Wow, I was so right. I win forever. Yep. I was right. So how do they defeat the moon? Okay, hold on. It's been 200 years since we're all cursed by the moonfall, and for 200 years, our dear global government sat on our collective butts doing nothing, as always. So, moonfall happened. But is it the real moon? Because we're doing something in a simulation. We're gonna defeat the moon inside of a simulation. And where's Viri then? Where's she at? Also, apparently she's a European, so it'd be like Viri or something. I guess. Is she inside the moon? How does defeating the moon in a simulation help save the world? Oops. Oh, Yuri alert! Okay, we have the key in this one, that's good. So all we need to do is collect Anna in this one. Now this level is, at least at the start, non-linear. So I don't know where I got the age. Or like, rather, if I'm doing these in chronological order. Or, right, whatever. I don't know where the age is, anyway, is my point. Oh no, my first girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, girl. Oops. I guess they'll make it. Maybe Viri is like one of an unlockable player character or something. Also, yes, the music is gone right now. It'll come back once we start finishing some of these paths. So don't worry about that. Okay, pay attention. Coming up. There we go. Itchy nose. Every game Zoe touches becomes Yuri. That's my power. I'm very special and cool like that. I think it's not so much that every game I touch becomes Yuri. I think it's more so that Yuri is simply inherent to all of existence, and I merely am very good at pointing it out, you know? At uncovering it where it lays hidden. That bubble? There was a bubble? Did I miss a bubble? Oh shit, there's totally a bubble over there. Nice job seeing that, my gloves rabbit. And how didn't I? Oh, that's a very easy jump to make actually, huh? Alright, so there is the A. No, it's the N. So these are definitely not in order then. I imagine. Not from left to right at least. Here we go, here's the music. Well, at least the start of the music. The drums. It's pretty cool, but I feel like it would have worked better if this had been the first level out of these two acts. Because the music is the same music, it's just you build up to it now. So it would have been worked better, I think, if it had been the first. If you'd done that first and then had a level where it was already there. You know? But it is a neat concept. The little footsteppy noises are never gonna get old. Hope I'm not missing any collectibles. There is a side path here. Oh, and it does seem to lead to a letter. Ooh. Hello, first A. So it seems like there is probably one letter per side path here. Of which there are 3. Which would mean that the final letter is probably after this section of the level. Once we've collected all the droplets. So here's a side path, so this is like probably gonna go get us the H? Question mark? I kinda hope we don't have to redo this. Yeah, okay, good. So this is the H, so... Because this is a very long level and I'd be kind of annoying if I had to redo it. Especially since you start out without any music, which is like fighting the fucking... What's his face? The Monster Hunter. What is it called? It's the leech thing. It doesn't have music, which is fucking boring. It's like if the Giganox was not as good. The Keizu, thank you, that's the one. I hate you, Keizu, I hate you so much. You're my least favorite monster, easily. Okay, not that easy this time. It's like, I understand the idea, because the Keizu can't hear you, so it doesn't have music, because it can't hear. Get it? No sound, so... But it just means it's boring to fight, because there's no music. You know, like Keizo? I don't have experience with Keizo. I don't like... Keizu. Keizu, not Keizo. It's different. I got the A. I kind of just did that. I like almost on autopilot. The moment I realized what I was doing, I already got it. Quesadilla is good. I like quesadilla. It's like fighting the moon, which doesn't have music, because there's no sound in space. Exactly. It's like, yeah, okay, I understand why you did that, but it's boring though. Like, surely you understand that this would be more fun if we had some music to go along with it, right? To make it more exciting. Meanwhile, the Giginox is much scarier and more interesting and unique in design and has really good scary music. It's just much better. Anyway, new page to read. This is it. We played with fire and burned everything. We might have stopped the moonfall. Oh, but only by smashing everything to pieces. All it took was a small glitch in a rushed system. Most of my loved ones, most of my team is gone. Alive, yes, but I can't lose hope. Communications are completely cut off from everyone, but we should have a local backup of the central archives. Maybe I can find something in there that'll help us out. We have to find a way to fix this. Alright, sounds like they fucked everything up. Good job. So they're one of the 8 bitches. If you want to escape my woods, you have to fight my 8 evil ex-bitches. Alright, one more, because I don't think we have to collect anything in these. That is to say one more act, but two levels. In this one we have ha! So we need on. So we got the first and the last. Naturally, I don't remember off the top of my head where the H was. But I'm sure it will come to me when I see it. I wonder if it was up, if it was up there. Yes, it was. I can see it. Can you guys? Oh, you actually can't see that, can you? Hold on. There you go. Now you can see it. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a good thing. Alright, so this way is something. Can't be the AH, because we already have that. I think it's pretty funny that the enemies have like no facial animation whatsoever. It never changes. Well, actually, I don't think Hana's face ever changes either. Alright, so that's the first A. One more. Fuck you. Look around, look around, look around. Okay, I'm done. Oh, I think I totally know where the end is gonna be. Maybe, which is, yep, I see it. Think I see it? It's over there. It's over there. Whatever, it's up there. I'm too short. I'm not short. I'm not short, I'm relatively short. Fuck. I'm not fucking short. Fuck you. This way? No! No! No, please! Please! Oh. Oh, that's right here. That's no problem. Chat, the checkpoint's so close by. Isn't that nice? No! I'm okay. Am I? I am. I am gonna. Oh, no! Please! Please, no! Oh, fuck. I'm like pleading with the game. It's so funny when I start to do that. God, fucking Christ. Shit, bitch. Okay. Careful. Okay. Yeah, I did it. Alright, so now we just need to end the level. Ow. Shit, bitch, wretched in a McDonald's. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. Oh. That's very funny. Oh. Hello. I like the sound effects of these geysers, maybe? I don't know. Got the key. Alright, one more. And we only need the first and last. Gonna look around the entrance real good. Because I feel like there has to be at least one, right? Where they just hide the first letter, like right here. I guess not. I wonder if there's gonna be a boss. I feel like there has to be a boss. I feel like it's common for a lot of indie games. Like this. Like RPGs and stuff is whatever, but for like platformers and stuff, a lot of small indie games, maybe like solo devs especially, will have one single boss fight at the end. Also I think we found it. Oh! Anyone here ever played Titan Souls? That one's not like that at all. It's got tons of bosses. It's all about the boss fights, but its true final boss is fucking amazing to me. Like, it like elevated that experience so much. It was already cool, but then the true final boss was just... It changed the whole tone of the game. It was awesome. Like, I can think of, off the top of my head, none, but I feel like if I thought about it, I would still be able to think of very few video games with an ending that just completely... That like, puts everything in such a different perspective. Oh, Queen to Panic falling to her death. You're not wrong. Also, why Soup likes Lost Titan Falls very good, or Titan Souls very good. I'm glad someone here knows what I'm talking about. If you don't know Titan Souls, it's essentially just like a condensed indie version of Dark Souls, where you are scouring the world, or no, not Dark Souls, Shadow of the Colossus and Dark Souls. Both, I guess. It's not good to describe games like that, I feel, but sometimes, you know, it is just easy to get to like describe something if you can just be like, oh, it's like this popular thing, but like this, you know? It's basically you're a person, you have a bow and a single arrow, but the arrow is enchanted, and when you shoot the arrow, you can call it back to you. And in the game, you are scouring the land for these titans so that you can destroy them and acquire their souls. The thing is that both you and the titan will die in one single hit. The difference is that they have a weak point and you don't. So it's all about like figuring out where their weak point is and then how you have to hit it with your arrow while not dying. There are tons of different titans with all different strategies, designs, music, very good music, by the way. Was I supposed to go over there? Hold on a second. I have Titan Souls from a bundle, worth playing that? Absolutely. I think Titan Souls is a really good game. It's also not very long. I'd say, off the top of my head, 4 hours. But honestly, that might already be kind of long. Oh, I missed this the first time. Okay, thank you. But in any case, it is definitely short enough and cool and good enough and rewarding enough that I definitely think you should give it a try. I mean, yeah, it does depend. If you like hard games, of course. If you're not a fan of hard games, then don't bother, because it is a very hard game. But it is a very rewarding game, in my opinion. And just like in Shadow of the Colossus, you spend a lot of time between the titans just roaming the lands and... oh, I did go here already, alright. Just roaming the lands and like trying to figure out where the other titans are, and just like the music that you hear during those moments is also very nice. And there, like, it is clear that there is lore to the world, but they only give you like vague snippets, so the mystery of the world never truly goes away, and it always keeps a level of mystique and stuff, and I think that's really, really cool. I forgot why we were talking about Titan Souls, but alright. Boss fights. Finale, like climaxes to games that completely like change the feeling of the game. I guess maybe in a sense like Undertale is like that. Oh my god, I saw the chick. Couldn't do that last time, I remember. Anyway, so I already had that one, so that was either the A or the N. This level that reminded me of Star Fox 64? How so? Oh, there's a letter down there. No, wait, we already have that one. That's probably the first one. Oh, I remember this part. I kept failing these jumps. Da, 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 da. Big rectangles with the sky with boosters on them. Reminds me of Sector X and Sector Y. I see. I get it. I get it. I feel like we're nearing the end of the level. Which is no good. Also, I died. But I guess it's fine because I have to find the final letter around here somewhere. And this will give me more time to look around. Remember at the start of the stream where you said this was a short game? Well, if I had known from the start that I had to collect every letter, then this would have been much easier to do. Like, it would have been much shorter. I didn't have to play through it twice. But it is still short-ish. I'll still, like, beat it this stream, because we're on the last level before we get to the finale, so... It's fine, you know? Okay, I think I know where we're supposed to go. Hold on. You don't need to get a tuning screw to call it after the moon. I could have, but... I mean, I could have. But that's not really good enough, is it? Look at you. And... there's the last letter. I was right. Yeah, I win forever. I'm so good at video games. And now we can get to the end. Or rather, now we can get to the document. Ooh, it's already starting to get glitchy. Very fun, very good. Oh, careful! No! Dang it. Did I at least get a checkpoint? No, of course not. That would have been too nice. That would have been too nice and good and convenient. I guess I can't really blame the developer for thinking that I would be able to make that jump. It wasn't very difficult after all. Oh. You guys voted for Queen of Fennec for little me over all the other alts to be the #1 gamer forever? Does that mean I don't get to stop gaming? That I never get to take a break? I don't know if that's something I want to win then. If I'm the forever gamer. That fucking... it's so hard, gang. I don't know if that comes through when you're watching it, but... that jump is really difficult. Fuck, well, that one isn't. What was the measurement? I've got two boulders to roll up the hill then. One of them is forever gaming and the other one is trying to convince people that I'm not short. And just after I say that, I see a short joke in chat. Very good. Same as it ever was. Okay, come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. You can do this. And you can, and you did. And now don't fuck up the rest, please. God, it's already glitchy now, even. Ow. Okay, come on. Depth perception. Okay. I really am gaming forever, huh? Okay, we're good. Don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up. There we go. More depth perception. That's fun, actually. Come on. Okay. That's fucked up. That's mean. That's very mean of you. Oh, I almost overshot it. I would have fucking screamed. But I got it. And I even got an A on the cranes, which is pretty nice. Alright. Now we can go beat the game. But first... okay. I think I sort of understand how the general system works now. I still like a deeper understanding of everything that goes into Lunistice, but I may be able to start with selecting a handful of test cases and to just observe them for now. It seems the afflicted are kept in some sort of accelerated REM cycle by the program where they're fed parts of the original training data over and over again. Thinking about it, that would explain how they were so effective against the moonfall during, well, everything. I must find a way to break them out of this feedback loop safely. The experiments will start tomorrow morning. Okay. So... does that mean that... Hana is in a stasis like that? It's all a dream in a computer? Yeah, I feel like it's like the people that they uploaded into the computer are dreaming, in a sense, and Hana is like dreaming and we're trying to get her out or something. But let's go beat it! Oh, we don't get the cutscene now, that's a bit of a shame. Oh well. Because the cutscene was so cool. But we get the really fucking good music though. But it's all really good fucking music, isn't it? Really fucking good music, whatever. I also gotta say, like those air boost ring thingies, the way that they're designed and animated is so simple, but it's super effective. They look really striking and nice. Okay. I like that you keep that speed as well until you're like on solid non-speedy ground again. Gimme, thank you. That's important. Although I'm sure it's for fun for speedrunners, that they don't have to do that. I can't wait to look up a speedrun of this game also. Ow. Also, I like a thing like this in games where you're constantly seeing the path before you, like the entire way all the way up to the end. That's very cool. If you understand what I mean, at least. Like right now we can see everything that's coming up until we get to the moon, you know? It's cool. Oh! Don't overshoot it. Good. I like that part, that's fun. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna make it. I just realized, if Zoe kills the moon, won't the sun be sad without her girlfriend? It's a simulation of the moon. I'm not sure if the moon is real in this, this setting. The moon that we are up against. I imagine Moonfall might actually be some sort of like virus that destroyed all technology or whatever, I don't know. Probably not. Who knows? I collected your pages! Slender Woman, I collected all of your pages! Okay. Right, now we have a final level. Alright. I'm gonna read this and then we're gonna take a little break and then we're gonna have the true finale. Because I kinda gotta go to the bathroom. I'm recording and transcribing this for all global NFI branches in case communications get restored. I think I found a way to fix this. All of this. I must advise beforehand, this procedure must not be performed on afflicted where entity B is active. It seems like a small handful of patients, while being stuck in the feedback loop of Lunistice, were able to withstand the influence of the entity. That definitely sounds like not the real moon. For these special patients, it is of utmost importance to get them into a lucid state by making them remember parts of their past, and most importantly, their selves. As such, the original training data that gets executed in perpetuity can be edited in small ways, opening backdoors to specific fragments of data reminding patients of who they are. As soon as they reach this stage, they should be able to free themselves from Lunistice. I will prepare the details of the procedure in a separate document. I'm aware that it might be a bit too early to celebrate as all of my patients are still comatose, but one of our cases, Hana, has been showing tremendous progress in just a few cycles. I think she might just need another push. Remember, Hana. Remember who you once were. Oh shit. So that's why I've been collecting these, because it reminded Hana of who she was. Cool. So why did she have to do all this to, I guess, defeat a virus called Moonfall? I guess? I'm not sure. maybe we'll get like an epilogue that explains everything else succinctly, or maybe it's just up for interpretation, or maybe I just don't get it. Who knows? Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so we are going to take a little break, and I'll be back in a few minutes. All right? Okay, see you guys in just a bit. Right, yes, Jen, thank you, Dodie. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Hi everyone, welcome back. Let's go.
Car battery!
Ow.
Alright. It looks like this is a more normal level. It does have letters to collect and stuff. The high boss button. Same thing. Serves the same purpose. Alright, let's go. Act X. Whoa. Aw, our colors are faded even. Oh my god, they're wings. They don't have any transparency, so they're just rectangles. That's really funny. Or, well, is that a rectangle? Yes, it is. Hello, basic Unity assets. That's where we are. Oh, hey, the moon. It looks upon us. Yeah, seriously, rookie mistake. Like, I can't believe they released this with all these textures missing and stuff. Oh, you're actually round. I expected you to just be a picture. Well. Oh, okay. We got the H. I don't want to go with you. I don't know where you're going. Oh my god, yeah, the UI isn't even working. How could they release it like this? Like, this is supposed to be the finale of your game and it's just all broken like this and missing textures? Like, I guess they really had to rush this last part, huh? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anyone who worked on this game. It's very nice. This is just jokesies. Yeah, they show promise, but this is a rookie mistake. Like, I'm excited to see what their next project is gonna be. They'll have learned from this, but like this is kind of how did I don't know. Like how did this slip past the development stage? You know. Come on, game designers, what were you thinking? I noticed that Hana does like a special little flip animation when you do the... I saw that earlier, like I did it by accident at one point. That flip, and I was like, how did I do that? And I think that is like... Oh, that... Hold on. That is the highest you can jump. Ooh, dude, you could totally get up there. Hold on a second. I think. Maybe not. Hold on. Okay. Yay, you can! There's nothing here, but you can do it. The skybox is very cool here also, I gotta say. Very neat. Hello, Moon. Bye! I don't mind. I like having a little victory lap where the game isn't as hard as it was before. But I was expecting this to be a little bit more difficult than it is. But who knows, maybe something will still happen. Everybody always says, I want shorter games with worse graphics until it's all white cubes. Oh, we're not done yet? I thought that once we collected the letters Hana we would be done, but no. I guess the narrative weight wouldn't be served by failing here. Not exactly, that's like the purpose of having a, any kind of okay. Any kind of finale where... well, dang. Any kind of finale where it's like really hard is it stops the player from like really reveling in the... well, yeah, in the narrative, like you say. That's why you cannot die during the finale of Undertale. You just can't. It's literally impossible. It is the easiest final boss I've ever seen because you literally cannot die. But it doesn't matter because it's not about that, you know? The fact that you can't die is what makes it so satisfying, if anything. That was a bit scary there. And I died again. Well, look at that. It got a little bit difficult all of a sudden. The narrative weight is pushing those blocks down, I think. Those platforms. kind of the point. You expect a big boss fight where you fight the moon or whatever, but in reality you're a soldier stuck in a simulation of something that's already happened a long time ago, so it's just kind of sad. Your experience as a player matches that of the character you're playing. Huh. I guess there's something to that. I guess, yeah, like fighting the moon apparently doesn't matter anymore. We already stopped the moonfall, it seems. So, oh, I made it. So, like, why would I fight the moon now? Alright, finally here, I did it. Yay, I'm so good at this. Okay, now I got the ending achievement. I fucking broke it. Ah, but Hana isn't back on the bed. And the moon isn't in the sky anymore. She gets to leave. We did it! That was so nice. That was very nice. And also, like, yippee! In terms of like fun gameplay, you don't really miss anything if all you do is just play through the levels. It's if you actually are interested in a narrative, or I guess completionist stuff, that doing any of the bonus stuff, collecting the pages and stuff, actually ends up mattering. That was very nice. I liked it. And I mean, it was just really fun to play. And I like a little indie games with understated stories. You know? It's nice. The lead dev on this is still streaming right now at Decade64. Alright, okay, I will we'll go rate them then in a moment. Aw, special thanks to their family, that's nice. Thanks for playing my little game. Even though it didn't quite hit its goal of being a quick 30-day project I make in my free time, I still enjoyed making it a lot, and I truly hope all of you had a good time with it as well. I did! Development for the next game will hopefully not be as chaotic as this one. Haha, it probably will though! Aww. Loving memory of their mother, I think. That's very sweet. No, I really like this game, and I think if you like games like this, it was just really fun to play also, even if you've already seen it, I think. Like, it just felt fun, you know? So I think if you like this kind of game, you should buy it. Did we unlock any new characters? What happened to that other girl, though? I wonder. I wonder if there's still something there. Very... I wonder whatever happened to them, if they're just still stuck in it, or if you unlock them if you collect all of the cranes or something. Anyway. Yeah, I really liked this. I think it was good. I'm glad I played it. I hope you guys had fun. I'm gonna do my fun outro now, and then we're gonna raid. So I have no further streams planned for this week because it is Saturday. Pretty sure. Yeah, it is. So I will be I'll have a new schedule up on either tomorrow or Monday. Exclamation point links in chat, and you get a little link that leads to my little website that has links to all my things on there, except for Blue Sky. And you can figure it out from there. You know, you can follow me on socials or go to YouTube or whatever the fuck. And the Discord is the best place to stay up to date what I'm going to do, because you get a little it here when I post a schedule or a stream announcement. But I know that it can. Some people don't want to join the whole community because that's like a whole hassle, or they're a little scared, or whatever the fuck. So it doesn't matter, because all you get is the stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but no pressure whatsoever if all you want are the announcements. Yeah, it was nice. I liked this. I hope y'all have a Merry Christmas and stuff. And let's head on over to, what was it? Decade 64 reset? Does that work? No, that's hold on, I want to open them on. Okay, seems to work. Loading very slowly. Loading so slow. Loading forever. There they are. Hello, Buppy. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. So the raid message will be, your game was really nice. This is the raid message. Looks like the dev showcased a demo of the 1.5 version of this game at Stage this month. Maybe the other girls coming in the future. Interesting and exciting. Very nice. All right, so once again, thank you all so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, and I'll be seeing all of you, or maybe I'll be seeing some of you. You can see me some other time. Okay, bye everyone. Bye bye.